We are back for another day. We're just discussing the term hump day. I don't really like the term hump day.
Humpty Dump?
Hump day. Yeah, dump day. Yeah, hump.
I like it.
It's there. So you're over the hump. I understand that. It's okay. But in reality, you're not, because Thursday would be hump day because the week starts on a Monday.
No, the week starts on Monday because you're over the hump for work.
That's what I'm saying. Your work day starts on Monday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, there's still 4 days left. So it's not hump day. They're wrong.
No, because if you start on Monday, you get to Wednesday, you're at the top of the hill, and now you're on your way down. So this is the hump of the week.
See, I actually work. So I work like over the weekend too. So I don't, I don't have the sit around on my ass all weekend deal going.
Yeah, like on a Saturday, that's when I put in the work.
Yeah, I bet you do. I bet it's unstoppable.
Unstoppable.
No question about it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to join me and my suite to see the Eagles on their farewell tour, here's how to register. And thank you again. You guys have responded huge to this thing. Go to Tom Barnard Show app, download it if you don't have it yet, and you can sign up. Or you can go to our website, tombarnardshow.com, and sign up there. Then listen for me to announce your name at 8:10, 9:10, and 10:10 each day between November 2nd and Tuesday, November 14th. We'll announce the same name 3 times each day at 10, after each hour, between 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. To win, email us back at contests@tombarnardshow.com. That's tombarnardshow.com. By midnight that night, you win. Remember, it starts tomorrow.
That's exciting.
Indeed. Well, we got over the hump, so the hump day, so
On my day off, when I was in class, I was registering constantly.
What?
To be in the Eagles concert.
To go to the Eagles concert? Okay. Well, yeah, like we said, tombarnardshow.com. By midnight that night, you win. When you win, you'll join me in the suite at XL. See the Eagles. That's on Saturday, November 18th. So looking forward to that. And again, thank you so much for responding so well to that. People love this contest. Yeah. Very, very nice.
Yeah,
right?
A lot of emails about it.
Oh, good.
I bet you're going to have a really fun crew in there.
We'll see. What if it's horrendous?
Well, it'd probably be your attitude is probably going to be the driving force of if it's horrendous.
Tom, I've always liked Boone and Erickson more than you.
I think if you go into it with the mindset that it could be horrendous, we might need to just check yourself before you wreck yourself.
What the hell was that?
That was me trying to sign into my email to see if anyone's.
That's the sound of the listeners registering.
So that's good.
Fault. I was getting in our email to see if I had any.
Okay, I want to start a new thing. Today, where we could take emails if they want to call in. That's fine. Mm-hmm. Every single day, I see some very spectacular driving coming in here now. Every day, because the traffic is picked up now because we started. See, when I used to come in earlier, there was never any traffic.
Yeah.
But now the show starts at 8 o'clock. So I come in to get here, about 7:30, 7:40, something like that.
Uh-huh.
Today. Okay, what can we call this bit? So when people call in, because I want you, if you've seen things, to call in and talk about it as well, or you can just email us and I'll read it. That's fine too. But today, a couple of interesting things.
Okay.
I don't understand people. We're driving along 100. We're going north on 100.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm in the exit lane.
Yep.
There's a very long exit lane there.
Yep.
And there's a car up to the left of me in the middle lane. And he's got his, I don't know if it's a man or a woman, has his turn signal on, waits till the very last second possible, and just cuts right in front of me. So I knew they were going to do that. So I slowed down before they did it because I knew they were going to do it. Right. We go down the frontage road. He's got his signal on still. His right turn signal is on the whole way down. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Whole way down there. Whole way down. So then we get about, I suppose, 150 feet from the corner, turns off his turn signal and takes a right. I was like, what?
What the actual hell?
Do you know what turn signals are for? Do you get it? The 2 times he had his turn signal on, and it was at the total wrong time to have it on.
What blows my mind too
what
is at that time of morning, it's usually the kind of drive that you've done many times.
Sure,
like it's rare. It's like a one-off. Like sometimes it could be, I understand. Like, but a lot of times at 8 a.m. you're doing the same drive every morning or 7:30.
Yep.
And so it's kind of like, this is not new stuff. This is not like you're lost you're
You're not a
picking somebody up.
tourist.
Yeah. So I don't understand what is happening.
No. Well, that's like on my drive here today. There was a school bus and I was driving down a one-way that was 3 lanes wide, and in the middle lane was a school bus, and I was in the far left lane. And right before an intersection, the school bus just turns its blinker on and cuts across the 2 lanes of traffic to take a left. Like, sir, what are you doing? You probably got kids on the bus. Like, you know where you're going.
Can you make a plan?
Yeah.
Plan would be good. Yeah, I don't understand why you'd want to ride right up to the last possible second and then move over.
No.
Why do you want to do that even?
Keep everyone on their toes.
Keep them on their toes.
Always leave them guessing what your next move is.
Can I admit something? Every once in a while when I see people that I know, like, hey, you didn't plan accordingly, and now you're trying to cut over.
Oh, yeah.
That guy.
I will get up next to them, and now I'm just going the same speed as you.
Good.
And you're not getting off on this exit.
I like it.
It's a little street justice.
Little street justice.
A freeway justice. There you go. A little freeway justice. There's no question about it, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, people must see things. I see things every day. So everybody else must see them too.
Oh, yeah. If we have any like truckers that listen to the show or like Lyft drivers, I would love to hear their confessions.
952-600-2575 is 952-600-2575. How do they email us in?
Oh, they go to the app, and on the top left corner, the Tom Barnard Show app, the top left corner of the app has a little talk bubble. And if you click on that, it'll say like feedback for the show. And that comes to a bunch of our emails.
That's good. Excellent.
Yeah.
Love to hear it.
Just don't text and drive.
No, don't text and drive. You're absolutely right about that. And make sure when you're going to take a right turn at about 100 feet, you signal a left turn and then slow way down.
Yeah.
Just a pump fake.
Yeah.
Just give me a pump fake.
It's a pump fake. That's all it is.
He does this with his arm like that, like
The Heisman move. Like
yeah,
The
totally.
Heisman.
Thank you. I needed the name.
Gave me the Heisman. You're exactly right. There's no question about it. So the big stories of the day are what one thing I do want to do. One of the two. Well, Brittany, why don't you do this? Because it's a man and a woman in each case. The national news is getting worse by the day. The lying that they do on all the national news is disgusting. It's either way far right or way far left. There's nobody in the middle.
Yeah.
I suppose that's what sells. So extreme sells, doesn't it?
It sure
100%.
does.
So they've got extreme views to the right, extreme views to the left, but all of them do this. Now, you need to start talking. Even if you have to read something, that's fine, but you can't stop talking when I do what I do, because it happens on all these national news stations, and it happens every single morning, and it's the most annoying thing on earth. So now you'll start talking first,
Okay.
but you can't stop talking.
I won't.
Okay.
Here's some advice your kids can get on board with.
You know, I
Actual
need so much
dentist
advice
just
from my
said
kids.
that
It's
if you wanna
unbelievable.
protect your
Just
teeth,
love to hear
it's
some
best to
advice.
eat all your hollow candy in one sitting.
Why? How do they not hear one another? They talk over each other constantly like that.
It's a lot.
Why though? See, if somebody starts talking when I'm talking, I automatically shut up just because it's so annoying.
Yeah.
But yeah, every TV news deal, I'm talking about the national, not the local, national stuff. They talk over each other constantly. And I don't know who tells them that's okay. Because when the news director come on and go, why one of you shut up?
It blows my mind too, because I always thought in my on news you'd have cues, because we don't. We have conversations. So sometimes, there'll be, two people jump in and one person jumps out. But I always thought it would be more professional than just aggressively trying to get in all the time.
I agree.
Right.
Well, this is one of the only shows that doesn't do that, because a lot of morning shows do that too. They talk over each other constantly.
Yeah.
And why? It's just they're excited to be there. Is that what it is?
I think they have, this is what I've noticed in radio, is people have come in with a mindset of how the segment's going to go because they don't know how to have conversations.
Why would you get into the business of having a conversation if you don't know how to do it?
Because I think they're literally this is my mind. I don't ever come in with this is how the segment's going to go, or I need to get this story in. No, I love it when we're just talking and we'll see where it goes. But I can tell, I can tell when someone's oh, I got to get this. It has to go. You're it's just go with the flow, bruh.
Go with the flow. We were perfect until she tried to get street on me.
Go with the flow over the hump day, y'all.
Bruh.
I have no words for what Brittany just did. She gives this very well put together, eloquent thought, and then just throws the Burt in there. But you're right. People, when they script out their segments and like, okay, we're gonna have Brittany on today, and she's gonna tell us her thoughts on sports, and then that's gonna segue into Tom rebuttaling, and it's like, no, just have a natural conversation. Or you'll get people where they're like, this is my moment to be funny, and I'm gonna get this joke that I've been waiting to say all day. And
okay, let me. How many fingers do I need to put up? The funny people you've ever heard on the radio. Okay, we'll just move on from that. Get back to me. Oh, there have been some very funny people, just not a lot of them.
But usually it's when they're not trying to be funny.
That's true.
Like it's like when you have comedians on, you go, tell me a joke, and then it's not funny. But let them just be their natural self.
You don't want to do that. There's no doubt about it. Ladies and gentlemen, the lovely and talented Judd Zulgad now joins us.
Well, thank you very much. I'm that's very special. Lovely. I've never been called. I'm not even sure I would call myself that, but I appreciate it.
Well, your lovely wife would call you lovely, wouldn't she?
No, I don't think she would call me lovely. She
Mine
may call me a lot of things. I don't think lovely would apply. Not after 30 some odd years. I think that might be a stretch.
It might be. All right. So in the meantime, ladies, so we pick up a quarterback. We do this. We got the Texas Rangers are up 3-1. Correct? You know what? You try to find that on the Star Tribune. You better be ready to look because it's not very obvious what the score was last night.
Did they get the final score in?
I don't think they did.
Their deadlines are such that I'm not even sure that the actual physical newspaper would get that score in. But these days,
the website should.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I'm not sure how word the website is about the national sports scene. I'm sure it's in there, but you're probably right. You probably have to do some digging on the website to find it.
Yeah. Well, and when we have such a huge local story about an all-star quarterback being traded to the Minnesota Vikings mid-season, it's tough to get the World Series onto the newspaper.
He's 1-7 superstar.
he's
what?
He's not great.
What, a superstar?
Oh no, not a superstar at all, Tom. Josh, I'm sure he's a fine person and
I'm sure
a decent quarterback, but he's not coming in to save our season.
To give you a perspective on how good this guy is and his last club with Arizona, when he went to the team shop because he wanted to buy his own jersey to give to a family member.
Oh God!
But he goes up to the kiosk and it's like, all right, I want a large. Let's go from the NFL players, and then he's like scrolling through the roster, and he's that's weird. I don't see number 9, Josh Dobbs, anywhere.
Oh no!
Yep.
So that's who the Vikings was traded for.
Let's just say I don't think I think they're doing it because they're going to give this 5th round pick Jaron Hall a chance, but I think the reason they made this trade in particular is because the backup that they expected to have to Kirk Cousins, Nick Mullins, has a bad back, and I don't think they know when he's going to return, and that's why. But this is, if you were underwhelmed, you should be. Like this is not to save the season or the day or the moment. So this was a definite trade to add nothing more than depth. But this probably falls along the lines of like when in training camp, what was it, 2006 or so, when they went out and got Brooks Bollinger, or when they went out and got Kelly Holcomb. This is this is far more like that than it is a impact move.
Yeah.
Question for the 4 of you, and I want everyone to vote on this. This team is going to tank from here on out, isn't it?
I don't think they have a choice.
They're just going to tank, right?
I mean, Justin Jefferson, if he comes back healthy, he's good enough to win us a couple games on his own. But there's not a lot of hope left in this season whatsoever.
I don't think they're going to tank just because the next few weeks are with the quarterback change arguably winnable still
because they're lame teams.
Yeah, they're just. I mean, it ramps up again towards the end of the season, but the next few weeks are a little bit lighter. And then the moves they did yesterday were not, and I don't know how they would have after getting back to 4-4, but they weren't necessarily let's roll over and die type moves. You put there's almost no possibility of our NFL sack leading tackle or lineman going anywhere, so you're not going to trade Daniil Hunter.
Right.
They didn't make a splash move to like acquire any big names. Like they got the Josh Dobbs guy, and he's going to be more like Judd was saying, a suitable backup type guy. So they're kind of sitting in this middle. You're hoping and praying, and we'll see maybe in a couple of weeks where things stand.
You know what I love about that? You sound just like me when I was your age.
Optimistic.
And when you're my age, you ain't going to sound like that. You'll be going, oh, this is going to suck.
I mean, I know how the story's going to end. They're probably going to end with like 7 wins max,
which is the worst case scenario.
Yep.
It is.
If we middle of the road, 8
Yep.
wins,
Yeah.
pick in the mid to late teens, not high enough to get a quarterback, like it's just terrible.
All right, Brittany, what do you think?
Okay, so I feel like they're going to give us a little glimpse of like, hey, this could work for 1 game, maybe 2, and then they're going to just fall apart at the seams, and we get to watch.
God, I was hoping you weren't going to pay attention and go, I like cinnamon toast.
Right. Taylor
that's
Swift
not
is at the game.
Taylor Swift's at the game, you know.
You guys, the accidental knowledge that I have of football by pure proximity is just like on Tuesday, we had a bunch of people over, and I was in the conversation saying things. Like it was wild. I was like, yeah, this like you guys have accidentally
About sports, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I was like, I know things. I can.
Yeah, Brittany, that was good.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was very Vikings like, right? Like there's a couple of games where you're like, this might actually work out. This is going to, and then it's a thud. Yeah, it's very good. I sort of like that one.
Thank you. Just a taste.
There we go. Now, the supreme voice of Judd. What do you think?
I think that between what Brittany and Tevin said, it's probably accurate. They're probably going to win 7-8 games. It's going to be a draft position outside the top 10, which is not good. But you know what? Like these moves aren't going to help them much. The problem is that they came back and won 3 consecutive games.
Yeah.
Because if they were, going into yesterday, which was the trade deadline, if they had been sitting at 2 wins, it would have been ideal. You could have just dumped guys off with no apologies, no regrets. And so it's almost the fact that they came back and won 3 games, and now you're without Cousins, which is going to be a problem. I'll say this big picture. I think there's a better chance Kirk Cousins comes back now than before he got hurt.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, because he's going to so they couldn't come to a contract agreement in March because Kirk, who is a Hall of Fame negotiator, wants 1 more big contract. Well, he's going to be 36 next year. He was probably on track to get 1 more, like let's say 3-year contract. But now he's a 36-year-old with a torn Achilles tendon.
Not going to happen.
Yeah, I think he might come back for cheaper on less term to sort of try to prove himself again. But I could see him signing a 2-year contract and the Vikings actually bringing him back.
Well, and you could blame the teams, but he's never been a winner.
No, he puts up really good stats, and I do think the O'Connell thing has worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
But yes, he has never. Yes, he was signed here in 2018 to essentially be the final piece to what the Vikings thought was a Super Bowl team, and they have, last time I checked, with Kirk Cousins here, 1 playoff win.
1.
Yeah.
Yep.
And who did they beat?
Saints in New Orleans.
Yeah, it was
in
Kyle Rudolph game-winning touchdown catch.
Oh,
Yep.
There you go.
Thielen with the big catch, like a great pass from Kirk at like the 2. And that was Zimmer's last hurrah because then 2020 and 21 were just not disasters, but they were not good.
Indeed. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. I've been a Viking fan, like I said, since I was 15 years old. So I'll just hang in there with them till I'm put in my grave at the end.
You go back to Tarkington and Kramer and
I do. Absolutely. Chuck Foreman's the guy I always mention first, though. I go back to Chuck Foreman, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Love that guy. You guys know Chuck? You must know Chuck.
I know Chuck a little bit.
Great.
Not well, but yep.
I heard
really.
He was on the radio yesterday talking about that he thinks Kirk Cousins is probably the 2nd best quarterback in Minnesota Vikings history. Do you guys have any, as longtime Vikings fans, do you have any thoughts on that? He put Fran Tarkenton and then Kirk Cousins. He said Tommy Kramer was a close second or a close third. But yeah, that's what he was at.
I will tell you this: if Chuck said it, I agree. Works for me, baby. I love that guy. He's just a great guy. And every time I see him, I torture the piss out of him. Oh, Brett McClanahan, huh? Okay.
You're terrible. Do you really do that to him?
Absolutely. I do it to him every time I see him. Chuck, you're a great man. We should have Chuck on. Bob has him on his show, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Yeah, we should have Chuck on. I'd love to have Chuck come in the studio, though. He's got to come in the studio. I miss him. I haven't seen him in a while. But in any case, okay, I'm going to tell you something. And this is why I thought the world of him before this. But this, I'm going to sound like such an asshole talking about this. The last time I saw Chuck, he was having lunch with a friend of mine, and I walked into the dining room of where we were, and Chuck saw him, and he came over and gave me a big hug, and it was great. And we were laughing, joking a little bit. He goes, "Tom, you know how lucky I am to know a guy like you." I'm like, "Shut up, for Christ's sake! Don't say things like that."
That's really nice.
How sweet is that? Yeah, you're Chuck Foreman. You're so lucky to know me. Yeah,
that's awesome.
That's the kind of guy he is, though. We need more guys like Chuck Foreman.
Great player too. What a player he was!
Phenomenal.
He was the modern running back now in what, 1973, 74?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Absolutely.
I mean, he could catch the West Coast guy. I mean, he was probably a good 25 years at least ahead of his time for what he provided for a running back then.
The Vikings back then had a pretty low prick rate too. They had a couple of pricks on the team, but not many.
Low like that. That's a great.
Should be an official ESPN.
It's an analytic. All right, let's take a look at the prick rate on these two teams tonight.
Well, they got that one guy. He's a major pain in the ass. So, I don't know. I just, like I said, I'm a huge Viking fan. I will watch the games. I'm not going to like it too much because they're. I think you guys are right. They'll probably end up being, 8 or 9 wins at the end of the year. You think?
Yeah. And with how bad the rest of the NFC North looks, we're going to be always just a couple games out of contention. Where if we could just pull it together and win a few here, we can get back in the playoffs, and so it'll keep the spirits a little bit alive. I feel like the whole year.
Can you get what's the coach's name? Kevin O'Connell, is that his name? Well, we need to get him on the show with him about. Coach, what's your prick rate on your team?
Guys, we're gonna have to call it PR, so to hide the fact that we're saying prick rate.
Just to hide it.
Yeah.
Well, you got to tell them though, right?
Yeah.
Initially, you got to say prick rate, and then you can go PR.
Yeah. Give an LPR or HPR, high or low? Which one?
And we're also like 3 bad quarterback performances away from Kevin O'Connell lacing them back up and just going out there and playing quarterback himself. Because he was a former NFL quarterback, so nobody knows the offense better than him. It's his system. Dust the arm off, KOC, and let's see what you got.
I'd watch that.
Did he ever start?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No, the unfortunate thing is he is wired mentally like a Pro Bowl player. He just didn't have the talent.
Right.
Like he literally, I have kept saying this. I think the Kirk and O'Connell relationship works because Kirk actually has the physical ability and O'Connell's got the mind. And I think one of the reasons why Kirk's play, and his stats have been good for a long time, but that's not the point. I think one of the reasons why he's actually been more successful with O'Connell as far as the team goes is because O'Connell gives him enough from a play calling standpoint and a mental standpoint to be successful. And Kirk has a tendency at the worst times, if he doesn't have that support system, to melt down on the field. But O'Connell sort of stops that from happening. So the relationship itself has been really good. But unfortunately, O'Connell was drafted in the 3rd round by the Patriots.
Oh, really?
In like 2008 when Brady was there. And unfortunately, just did not have the talent to make it. I think he bounced from the Patriots, like to the Jets, to perhaps another team, and then retired.
That was it. Just like we're going to do with Tevin.
You're gonna force him out?
Yeah.
He's a top talent. I'm not sure about that.
I think we should put him back on AM radio. That's where he belongs.
I'll take it.
All right, Judd, another brilliant report is all I have to say to you. Okay, next time for tomorrow, think about this for tomorrow.
Yeah.
When's the last time you saw somebody do something really stupid while driving on the freeway?
Well, that's not going to take long at all.
That's what we're saying.
Oh my God. Post-pandemic, it's every time I drive on the freeway now. The pandemic changed everyone because they all thought it became the Autobahn.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Everybody drives like they're nuts now.
Uh-huh.
It's just number. So for tomorrow, save up your favorite. All right.
Okay. All right.
Holly, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Talk to y'all later. Take care.
Very much. Judd Zolgad, ladies and gentlemen, Score North, of course. We'll take a break, be right back. Chris Egert will join us right after this. Guys, if you want to reignite your intimacy once and for all, listen, just give Twin Cities Premier Health a call for a discreet and confidential in-office evaluation by their highly trained staff on medical professionals. And by the way, for all our male listeners, yes, we will have her back on. My buddy from Twin Cities Premier Health. Acoustic wave therapy sessions are 25, 30-minute treatments with no pain, no downtime afterward. And right now, Twin Cities Premier Health is offering a free treatment and a free consultation when you book today. Receive this $800 value when you use code word TOM. That's an easy one to remember. At Twin Cities Premier Health, you may know that age-related erectile dysfunction is most commonly caused by a buildup of plaque in the arteries that supply blood to the erectile tissue. Acoustic wave therapy can rescue your relationship and has been clinically proven to break up plaque, improve blood flow to the penis. Definitely take advantage of this limited time special offer. Receive a free treatment and free consultation when you book today. This is a savings of $800 when you use code word TOM at TwinCitiesPremierHealth.com. Be sure to use code word TOM. You've only said it 3 times now, so they got it, don't you think? I like it. So we get credit for sending you. I wouldn't recommend a service like this unless I knew they could help you.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
You all have helped support MyPillow and their employees in these tough economic times. Mike Lindell knows this, continues to give back to listeners with deals on his most popular products. You've heard me recently speak about the My Slippers, the Giza Sheets, MyPillow 2.0, and more. Well, great news. The MyPillow 6-pack bath towel sets are back in stock. The proprietary technology makes them extremely absorbent, yet still provides that soft feel you look for in a towel. The set comes with 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and, of course, 2 washcloths. Regular price is $79.98. For a limited time, you can get the 6-pack towel set for only $39.99 with promo code TOM. That's a 50% savings. So go to MyPillow.com, use promo code TOM to save 50% on the MyPillow 6-pack towel sets. That is just $39.99 for a set. This deal will not last long. Enter promo code TOM for this special and many more. All right, we needed to go right to the news because I've got a great headline. I have never in my entire career waited to come out of a break and you hear one of my coworkers background. Every little breeze seems to whisper, Louie.
We could hear you sing.
AJ's in there singing along and his mic is on.
It was Chris, wasn't it?
No, I brought Chris into the StreamYard room, but I forgot to turn it off after Judd had left. So we got the first few riffs of Chris's serenaded.
Oh,
Yeah,
so Chris, you were the one singing.
What? I wasn't singing, was I?
There's somebody.
It sounded just like you. That's
Oh, yeah, I guess I probably was.
I thought it was Judd. And then Judd, you said he didn't turn off his line.
Well, when he leaves, we go straight to a break.
Over.
So it was an absent-minded thing. So Chris, I exposed you briefly. So, I mean, I thought it sounded good. I don't know why those guys are laughing, bunch of jerks.
I thought it was a remix. So I was like, who is this? We got to.
You could ask everybody in this building. I said, was that Pavarotti?
That's so beautiful.
That I heard singing there? Is that who that was?
Yeah, I used to do a pretty mean karaoke back in the day.
Well, I used to love drinking and karaokeing with Jeff Passolt. Our two wives and the two of us would go out and we go karaoke all the time, and it was just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to tie one on and then do some singing. I agree.
No question. And of course, Pass and I would ham it up like there's no tomorrow. Well, Pally, I was talking to a guy yesterday. So we'd pretend we were like Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin.
Nice. Cigarette, drink in the hand, cigarette hanging out of the mouth.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, news brought to you by Mr. Money Talk, Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 48-minute financial evaluation. Chris Egert, Channel 5 Eyewitness News. Hey, people are asking me, how come I never get to come on your news set and do the news with you?
Well, you'd have to be here right now, and I think that's the biggest problem.
It's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough. I like to sit there and go, busy day in the newsroom, Chris.
Oh.
What do you think?
I mean, when you got a day off and you want to come by here and hang out from 9 to 10, I know I can make that happen.
I like it. Well, you and I will work together. We'll co-anchor the morning news.
Is that what you want to do on a day off? Be honest.
Anchor the news? No, it is not.
Come to drive to St. Paul.
Well, it's not that far, but I mean, I'd rather just sit around at the house and wallow in my misery. That's what I like doing that.
I prefer wallowing too. Do a lot of that.
A lot of wallowing. There's so many things to talk about this morning in the news. I don't know where the hell you're going to start because my God, it's good that the kids just want to be at war again. Are we just going to blow up the whole planet? Is that what's going to happen?
Yeah, I know.
Jesus.
Well, I mean that, and is not should be expected. It's getting more divisive to Americans, and Israel is coming across as the aggressor at this point, and so there's a lot of people. I'm not saying they are. I'm saying that there seems to be a whole movement of people to try to stop that, and they're worried about terrorist attacks. Like there's all kinds of. Yeah, it's not good.
Well, the interesting thing about that is, and I'm not taking sides with anybody or anything.
Yeah.
If memory serves, Israel's the one that got bombed first.
Well, that's exactly right. And that's they're like, well, we didn't start this, just like America didn't start 9/11.
Right.
And that's what Netanyahu said that a couple of days ago. He was like, nobody told America to go into a ceasefire after they decided to retaliate from 9/11, so it's and Biden, President Biden is going to be here today in the Northfield. And there are some protests that are planned, I think downtown Minneapolis for his trip because of his support for Israel. And yeah, it's not a good scene.
What is this? Our college system doing this to us? Because if you look at the whole argument, did they even know what the argument is between the two groups? I mean, not Hamas. That's a terrorist organization. That's totally different. But do they even know the story of why they can't agree on anything? It's because of Muhammad.
I mean,
I don't. Was very pro-Jewish at first.
I'm sure there are a very educated. There's probably a good core of people who are involved in that, who know the nuances of the relationship between the two countries, Gaza and Israel.
Mm-hmm.
But then I would guess there's a lot of people who don't, who just see certain things on TV or see something on their phone, and they become activated because they think that's what they need to be doing.
But let me ask you a question. Is there any chance people can say what you did was totally wrong, but if you give me your promise without crossing your fingers, we can get through this? Why? That's never an option anymore. I'll give you an example, and I can bring that up because of personal experience. Things that people in your business on television news and the newspapers have told flat out lies about who I am and what I do and what I believe. but I never bothered to fight back against it. It was like, that's what you want to think? Good for you. I don't give a rat's ass. Media lies like a son of a bitch. I'm sorry, but it does. And it's radio, it's television, it's newspapers, it's all of it. And I don't go on social media, but I heard there you can find a little lying on social media too.
Yeah, social media is not it's a bad space for that, for sure.
It really is. So look, I got nothing against the Jews. I got nothing against Palestine. I do have things against terrorist organizations because they're in it just to massacre people. I can give a rat's ass about anything else.
Well, and the tactic that Hamas has used and has used it for a long time is to embed themselves among civilian population. So no matter what kind of retaliation there is, it's going to look a certain way because that is a tactic that they do. The Hamas guys are sitting right in the same buildings where women and children and families are.
I know it's terrible.
And so I think I talked about that a couple of weeks ago already, that like from a information war, it definitely looks a certain way, that there are many more casualties, in the Gaza side, but that's by design. Like that's their tactic.
It's always been that way, and I don't really understand why it needs to be. Look, it's a problem for me because my great memories of growing up, a third of the people involved in me growing up were Jews. It's where I grew up. Another third were black people, except for then I met Kevin. It ruined that. Kevin, whatever the hell.
I was going to say, who's Kevin? Are you cheating on me?
I always do that to you on purpose whenever I try to make you look bad. But no, I mean, I just get the feeling that a lot of these college students have never talked to a Jew in their lives.
No. Well, and I think too, with a lot of college aged kids and younger people in general, they get a lot of their news, as you were saying, Chris, from their phones. So like not a lot of people are sitting down watching CNN or NBC or anything like that. They scroll through TikTok for 30 minutes and then that algorithm gets greased and goes, well, I'm just going to keep sending you more and more content that is exactly like what you're watching. Yeah. So then now they just think that that's all that there is out there.
Yep. And that happens on either side of it, right? Like it happens.
Absolutely.
You go down the rabbit hole on one thing, and then that's all that's everything that's going to keep showing up on your phone. And not cool.
TikTok's
for like teenagers, isn't it?
It started out that way, but I mean, like now it started like Facebook. When Facebook first started, it was more popular amongst young people, and then older people started getting on there. And so that's kind of what TikTok is transformed into now.
Okay. I see. I just, honest to God, I don't know. I did not grow up with a lot of Arabs in my neighborhood. There were a few. I really have never had any problem with them either. It just seems to me that people with the biggest opinions live in these, gated communities out in the middle of nowhere. They've never seen anybody who doesn't look just like them. They have no experience dealing with other people at all. But somehow they're experts at it. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, that is always something. There are certain people who don't have that experience, but they believe the world should be a certain way, and you're not wrong.
I don't know. Like I said, Muhammad, Jesus, all of them good. Just calm down. But I will tell you that was a few thousand years ago, or at least a couple. So, can we calm down? What do you think? Have we moved forward?
Well, historically, that's not gone very well. That particular,
that's not. I just, honest to God, I still don't understand why you would give a rat's ass about somebody's orientation, skin color, any of it. Why do you care?
I think if we knew why people cared, we'd be able to address the issues more pointedly, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense, to be honest with you.
It doesn't. But the number one thing, and I will tell you why they do that, because somebody's making money by talking them into acting like that. There are people making a lot of money in the news business and in politics and all these other jobs. They make a lot of money. I mean, Jesus, somebody told me that, what's his name up there? What the hell is his name? I can never remember his name. Nice Jewish boy up there in the Northeast. He's a Democratic senator. Oh, what the hell? He's an independent, actually. He's not a God, Bernie Sanders.
Bernie? Yeah, I was gonna say.
You know that he owns not one, not two, but 3 multi-million-dollar houses. Where'd that money come from? 3 multi-million-dollar houses. Where did he get the money?
Hey, there's a reason these guys want to go to Washington.
You got that right.
I'm sure, and I don't want to say that because I'm sure there are people who go there with the best intentions. I do believe there are some people who do go there with the best intentions, but you do see how it almost always seems to end up. And
that's my argument. This whole thing going on is about power and money. Money is absolutely involved in this.
Maybe now would be the time for the government to tell everybody that aliens are real.
Exactly.
Because think if that ever happens.
Well, didn't they do that already?
Well, I'm into all this crap. Like the UFO people, they're convinced that it's like a slow release of information by the government's part. So they're not just going to come right out, but it's going to be this sort of like trickle of information. But let's say this information just came out one day. It calls into question religion.
Mm-hmm.
It would call into question social structure. It would call into question people following rules. And where'd you guys go?
There we go.
I don't know. We just.
But think about what kind of ramification that would have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Maybe it would end the war. People would stop fighting because they'd be like, holy crap, the aliens are going to eat us. They're coming for my brains. Maybe I should be done being mad at that guy over there, and we need to worry about what's going on up there.
So my final question for you, because I know you got to go in a couple of minutes, but why do people want to be miserable? That I've never understood. Like I said, what did I get to do last night? I got to go hang out with 2 of my grandchildren. Ethan only went out for a couple of minutes. So I said, oh, don't even bother to come out. We're only going to take him to a couple of houses because he's not even 2 yet. But I had this magnificent day yesterday because I spent time with my co-workers. That was the worst part of my day, of course, hanging out with co-workers. But no, with my family, with my wife, our daughter, her husband, the kids. Why do you want to sit around and go, I hate that guy across the street? Who cares? Live your life, for Christ's sake, right?
It's definitely kind of the rut that everybody seems to be in right now. And it would be nice if it wasn't that way. I agree.
No, I saw my brother Tony yesterday. We had lunch. North Star Tavern, baby.
Nice.
Had just a magnificent time. I'm not looking to be pissed off at anybody about their skin color, their beliefs, their orientation. You be you, man. Like I said, as long as you leave the kids and the dogs alone, I don't give a rat's ass what you do.
Hey, right? Tom in 2024.
Oh, yeah. I tell you what, if I ever became president, we'd only have about 25, 30 people still living in America. Get out.
I thought you're going to be a uniter, not a divider. Now I'm confused.
I already forgot.
Look at how that political power just goes to his head.
Right, all of a sudden.
I forgot.
I want to do it like Jackie Gleason too. Get out.
Right, it's a TV show.
No, can we teach people look for happiness, not anger? Oh, there's so many things out there that are so wrong. First of all, you're making up about half of that bullshit anyway. They're making that up. There are some bad things that happen, no question. But there's so many of those things that are made up. It's ridiculous. Oh, it was the worst thing I've ever seen. Why, he didn't hold the door for you? That's the worst, is it?
The worst.
Oh, I got yelled at for holding the door for a guy a couple of days ago.
Yo, no, I had that one happen a while back. I was like, oh yeah. And then I got to go. But the other day, I didn't realize it was creepy to walk behind a woman. I always let like the woman go in front of me if I'm like walking down a hallway or if I'm just to be courteous.
Bad move.
AJ doesn't like it.
Yeah, I mean I was ignorant to that because then it was like, no, it's like you're being a creeper then and you're walking. I'm like, what? I thought I was being polite. So that's a new one I learned.
That you're not the right kind of polite.
No, and don't hold the doors either.
Why? My mother told me to do that years ago. I still do it. I still hold the door for people.
That's
you don't like a tough titty.
It was the same thing for me, and like being courteous to let the woman go first. But
if I hold the door open and you tell me not to, then you can walk back through the door and I'm going to shut it in your face and you can open it yourself.
Another thing is, I'm going to never see you again as long as I live. Why do you care that I held the door for you?
I'm just going to say this. The only time I hate when somebody holds the door for me, it was I'm inappropriately a long way away. Yep. And all of a sudden I'm like, I better run. And I'm like holding 40 things. And you have that like moment of like,
you're sprinting.
I'm coming, but like you could also live your life. Leave me behind.
You live your life. I like it. All right, Mr. Egert, you got to get back to work.
Have a good day, guys.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Egert brought to you by Mr. Money Talk, Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 48-minute financial evaluation. I know we got to take a break here. Dave Bialke will join us a couple seconds. Tell us how to stay safe on the streets, or if you've had a problem, you can reach out to him and help you out with that whole deal. No, I just want to be very clear about that again. I just don't understand why people go out of their way to be miserable every day. I don't get it.
I don't get it.
I mean, look, I get to see the three of you every day. What could be better?
You're so damn lucky.
I look in the mirror and I go, God, what did I do so well that I was blessed with the people in my life?
Blessed. He just sheds like 3 tears every morning, one for each of us, because he's so happy he gets to work with us.
And that's the other one. My God is better than yours. How do you know?
Because my God is an awesome God.
They got a song and everything, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we got to take a break. Be right back. Dave Bialke will join us right after this. Let's take a second to talk about my bank, North American Banking Company. You've heard me talking about them for a long time now. When they opened in 1998, they made a promise to deliver a better banking experience for the customers, where you know your banker and they know you. Well, a lot has changed since 1998. This commitment to bring a true community bank to the Twin Cities has not. So, if you're looking for a better banking experience, why not bank with my bankers at North American Banking Company? Go to nabankco.com or stop by any one of their 6 Twin Cities locations. Little reveal on Bilski last night. Trick-or-treating wraps up. Yeah. Sends me a picture of him sitting down at Bar La Grassa eating dinner. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Bilski.
Yeah, thanks for the invite,
Bills. I'm at home busting my ass. You're out there just chowing.
Busting your ass watching kids trick or treat.
You damn right.
You damn
breaking
right.
a sweat.
It was really hard work.
Exhausting.
Ladies and gentlemen, North American Banking Company, member FDIC, equal housing lender. It's Tom Barnard for Flagship Ford in Baldwin, Wisconsin. I'm happy to say I purchased an EV Mustang from Flagship and have friends and coworkers who bought new vehicles and used ones from this family-run dealership that's just 20 minutes west of the Metro in Baldwin. Whether you want to compare their used car specials, claim Ford financing options, or simply book an oil change or tire rotation, they have you covered at Flagship Ford. New vehicles like the Ford Escape, the Edge, or F-150 pickups with special engine options. Flagship Ford can answer all your questions on your next new vehicle. The month of October is Tire Month at Flagship Ford. Fit your tires for your specific vehicle, any model car, truck, or SUV, and get your tires before the snow flies, just $5 over cost. That's a purchase of 4 new tires with a $70 rebate gift card on top of the $5 over cost on most brands of tires. Flagship Ford, east of the Metro in Baldwin, Wisconsin, and online at flagshipford.com. That's flagshipford.com. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy to welcome back our longtime friend, Sabre Plumbing, Heating and Air Conditioning, to the show. I've known Steve, the owner, for many, many years. He's a really good friend. And by the way, I don't say people are my good friends if they're not. I'm not some radio liar. Yeah. You heard me. I've known Steve, the owner, for many years, and I completely trust Sabre to keep my house comfortable. Why? Sabre does everything right, the right way, and they always put the customer first. I love the team at Sabre because their service experts are experienced NATE certified technicians. They're not salespeople. Their pricing is completely upfront, and they fix only what needs to be fixed, nothing more. Sabre is dedicated to giving customers what they need when they need it at the fair price, keeping your family safe and comfortable without breaking the bank. Give Sabre Heating and Air Conditioning a try. I know they'll take care of you just like they've taken care of me and my family. Whether you need a new Bryant furnace or air conditioner replaced or just simply need a service call to get you going again, Go to saberheating.com. That's SABRE heating.com. Saber and Bryant, whatever it takes. Ladies and gentlemen, on the phone, joining us now live, Dave Bialke, brought to you by Bialke Law Firm. Heard at work, Dave Bialke goes to work for you, taking care of your workers' comp injury claims and denials. Go to BIALKElaw.com. Tell them Tom sent you. Mr. Bialke, how you doing?
Very good. How about all of you?
Magnificent, except it was colder than a witch's tit this morning, as J.D. Salinger would say.
It is quite nippy. It hits us hard, and hopefully we're prepared for it. A lot of ice out there, a lot of ways to get slip and fall down. So everyone be careful out there. Unless you're working, then go ahead and slip and fall down.
You can go ahead and get that done. Well, that's nice to hear. Dave, I have a question for you, because people were asking me about it, because they know you're popping on the show now, and they talk about. Is there any idea the percentage of people? Because their point to me was the percentage of people that get hurt at work is a lot higher than you would think it is, whether it's the fault of the job site or the coworkers or you yourself or whatever. I guess it does happen quite often. Is that true?
It is. But I'll tell you, most injuries don't have any litigation involved with them.
Right.
What happens is you get injured, you get some medical treatment. The insurance company pays you for, if you're off work for 2 weeks or whatever it is, you go back working, you ultimately get released without restrictions. That is a normal course of most injuries. So I get involved in the ones where the insurance company says you should go back to work, but my client is saying, wait a minute, my doctor says I can't yet, or I've got this restriction that the insurance company doesn't think is appropriate. That type of thing or they deny some medical treatment. The insurance companies, from the time you get injured, they're figuring out how are they going to be able to get this file closed. And so usually it happens on its own, but obviously there's many that don't, and that's when I get involved.
Now, people are also asking me, is this a long, drawn-out process? Is it going to take a couple of years to get things done?
It can be if it's a severe injury,
yeah,
or if it's an injury that simply is not going to heal to the point that you can go back working. So, like, for example, let's say you're an electrician, you're working above your head all the time, and you get a shoulder injury that's, you get a surgery, but you're going to get an ongoing restriction. So even though it's not necessarily severe injury, it's an injury significant enough that you're not going back to what you did before, and then that can get drawn out a year, maybe more, usually not beyond a year, but by that time we have an idea where it's going, and we come up with a plan.
Is there kind of a typical, the only reason I'm asking you this is there's some video the other day. I was going to tell you, is there a leader in the workplace injury situation, slip and fall, that kind of thing? Is there something that does happen quite often at the workplace, like more than other things that happen?
I haven't really thought about that. I'm just trying to think of overall what types of injuries I get involved with. A lot of falls on ice.
Yeah.
When you fall down and either you hurt your back, or you fell on your shoulder, you hurt your shoulder, or sometimes even worse, you hit your head. Then you have a TBI, a traumatic brain injury. Those can, the majority of them clear up quickly, but many of them go on for a long time. And the problem from the injured worker's perspective is, after a while, the insurance company says there's no objective findings here, meaning you can't do an MRI scan and see that you have a closed head injury. It goes by my client's testimony, what their doctors are believing. And so that's ripe for the insurance company saying, we don't believe you.
Yeah, it is pretty amazing. Now, I made it very, very clear. You can just go to BIALKElaw.com and hook up with Dave Bialke. It's not a big deal. I've known Dave for several years now, many, many years, actually. The one that keeps popping in my head, and I'm asking this because I'm wondering how it affects people like you who are out there defending those who actually do get hurt. There was a piece of video on the other night. It was on the national news too, about this very thing. And there's a video of a guy pushing a grocery cart down the aisle, and all of a sudden he stops and pours a bunch of liquid on the floor. And then he keeps moving, goes around, and about 2 minutes later, he comes back again, and what do you know? He slips and falls on the water that he put on the floor. Do you see that once in a while, Dave? I mean, not you personally, but do you see these people trying to scam money? But which the only reason I'm bringing it up is it just pisses me off. You get hurt, and there's a bit of a question: are you really hurt, or you're one of those other guys? Really, which people wouldn't do that.
That is quite an amazing example. That's not workers' comp. That would be someone's trying to sue the so that would be outside of workers' comp. But the example being, it was a manufactured injury, and the guy's not too smart. He doesn't realize that these stores have cameras. but that being said, in workers' comp, there's always someone out there that's doing something nefarious. It's people are people, whether they're my clients or who they are, your friends of people. There's just certain types of people are always out to scam a system. So the insurance companies think that that's you, okay? And it's a small percentage, but nonetheless they do exist. And the insurance companies always think that that's the person. And I have had over the years, I have had a client, more than once. I've been doing this for 31 years, so you get all types over, the time frame. But I have had more than once where my client was clearly, through either surveillance or some other source, were proven to be fraud. But if that was common, if that was a lot of my clientele, I'd do something else because those claims obviously go south in a hurry. But it's a very small percentage.
See, I'm really glad.
In 5 years, in 31 years, I can count on one hand the amount of times that someone's actually been proven out to be a fraud.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't go to you if they were going to do that kind of thing. The only reason I even brought that up in the first place is the fact that, if you are injured at work or, depending, and is there one kind of a job? Is construction? Is there one kind of a job that tends to have more injuries than others, or is it pretty much across the board?
No, it's there's some types that have very high. It's called an experience rating, which is what the insurance companies look at when they assess your work comp rates. And the highest experience ratings are roofing contractors.
Sure.
Very high risk type of work. Towing companies. That's one of the very highest out there.
Really?
Yes, towing companies. There's so many ways to get injured, all the way from, doing you're lifting or crawling underneath, you hurt your back or your shoulder, and to something catastrophic like you got the person not paying attention. They're driving down the road, and there's the tow truck operator, we're doing his job, and then they swerve and they hit him, and there's been real catastrophic injuries over the years. So towing companies are amongst the highest, and there are other hard labor jobs like concrete construction, those are much highest, all the way down to the lowest experience ratings, which is like what I do. And the worst I get is I could hurt my back, I suppose, picking up a file or a paper cut, maybe, I don't know. But office jobs are the least. Yeah, you rarely get that type of injury.
Okay, so good. I will wrap it up with this. Have you ever, and this is for everybody, not just Dave Bialke, it's for everyone. Have you ever heard of anyone hurt catastrophically while talking on the radio?
He's just trying to think, and I think they've heard a lot of listeners, but I don't think they've heard themselves.
The listeners are the ones that call you. I'm hurt. I was listening to Tom.
Yeah, and then later it brings back PTSD when something happens. They remember that conversation they had with them.
Exactly right. Dave, thank you so much for your time. Great having you on again, sir, and we will talk to you soon.
All right, you're welcome. Take care.
Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. Dave Bialke joining us, brought to you by Bialke Law Firm. Heard at work. Dave Bialke goes to work for you, taking care of your workers' comp injury claims and denials. Go to BIALKElaw.com. Tell them that Tom sent you. Have you guys ever been hurt at work? Because I never have.
Yeah, but does the Army count? I feel like.
And you insulting me doesn't count as being hurt at work either. You see what I'm saying?
Soft. You're such a baby.
Sugar tit all the way. Is that what you're saying?
Get you a bottle.
Bottle of what?
Great question.
Say it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
What? No. What are you talking about?
I've never been hurt to the point where I need to, I might need to call a lawyer and sort this out. But I don't know, like minor stuff. I'm the type of person where I would be like, I'd have to like break my leg, be half dead before I was like, okay, maybe we should.
You know, I'm going to talk to him about
somebody.
that next week. Remind me of that next week when we talk to Dave again, because are there some people that go, I'm not hurt, I'm too tough to be hurt?
That's
are there people like that too?
You're young and you're dumb, because if you don't get paperwork on some of the stuff,
you know what? Speaking of being hurt at work, this hurts my feelings. No, because I just don't want. It's not about being tough. It's just about I don't want to go through the whole hassle of doing whatever is necessary to potentially sue my company.
No, so that's why Bielke and people like that, you have to get that stuff documented, because you have no idea the effects it's going to have long term. Like, it's so important.
I gotta find that video for you guys, because this guy that walks along and pours the water or some liquid, I don't know, it's probably something more like oil, so he could really slip on it or something like that. But he couldn't be more square in the picture, setting it up so he'll slip and fall. I mean, how do you not know there are cameras everywhere now?
That's so funny.
It's like every once in a while you'll see the videos of people that work at a jewelry store or something like that, and they'll have a paper bag over their head and they come back to rob it, and we don't have, and they have their name tag still on. Hey man, we can see your name tag.
There are some dimwits out there committing crimes, aren't there?
There sure is.
Yes, there are.
You know, I got to be honest with you. I grew up with a lot of criminals, and all the rest of it. Most of them are really, really stupid. I'm sorry, but they are.
Yeah,
and it's usually their like lack of intelligence comes across with a more elaborate plan. I'm going to crawl through the air duct, and then they get stuck, and now the police are rescuing you. Or they fall through the ceiling.
I've seen, because you see video of that too, like surveillance video. All of a sudden, the ceiling just caves in, and the guy plummets. I think that's phenomenal.
Tom, I love it when you say that. It's like, are you too dumb to get a real job kind of vibe? I love that.
It's true, though. Yeah. How stupid are you? Go out and get a job, for Christ's sake. Yeah. Lazy and stupid, I suppose.
I would say it's probably more lazy, because they want that instant gratification of, well, I could just go rob this bank and make $50,000, or I got to go work for $20 an hour. And it's, you're also going to go to prison.
Yeah, and take it deep. So there you go. What?
I wasn't going to go that far.
Well, that's true.
You're also going to be raped. So that's what's going to happen.
Yes, you're going to be raped in prison. So think it over and get back to me.
What a weird threat.
Oh,
what?
Gosh.
Or unless it's consensual. I just,
Have you guys seen have you seen the other guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
The line at the end, I hope you like prison food and penis.
Who said that?
Rob Riggle and I can't think of his name.
It's so funny. The other guy is so funny.
Didn't The Office have a line like that in the show where he was like, "You're gonna love jail"?
Yeah, it's Prison Mike.
Prison Mike. Yeah, he's like, you would love it there.
Prison Mike.
The best part is so Prison Mike, he gets like too into his character, because there's somebody in his work who had been in prison and was talking about how great it is, and they're like, "That's better than our work." So, Steve Carell decides to dress up as his character, Prison Mike.
God, he's good.
But he gets too into it, and he's like, Prison Mike, oh, I stole from every bank everywhere. And like he starts going on this like long rant about how he's, this criminal. And he goes, and I never got caught neither. And they go, aren't you called Prison Mike?
Well, see, I never got caught, but I'm still Prison Mike.
Well, have you guys heard of the Booty Bandit or the Booty Warrior from back in the day? AJ, I don't know if there's any curse words in this, but you should find the audio. It's this guy, old black guy, talking about prison, and he's like, I find the one, I look at you, I want you, and I tell them we can do this the easy way or the hard way. And they always choose the easy way or something. It's so funny. But we have to try to find it.
Isn't that on?
I don't want to.
It's hilarious. You
they
want
all
to
just give up the funk, really?
That's what he claims. He's like, I'm the.
I'll give it up. Oh, it's rough.
Oh God, what are you gonna do?
Stay in school, kids.
Yeah.
Stay exactly. Stay in school and get a real job. That's all we're saying. All right, what else is in the news? Anything any good?
Yeah, we've got some good stories. I was when we were doing that interrupting game of I'll talk. Did you see this advice that dentists want you to eat your Halloween candy in one sitting?
Yeah, they want you to sit down and eat it all in one sitting, exposing your teeth to the sugar all at once.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine that. I wonder who makes more money if you just ruin your teeth.
No, instead of they say that it's better for you.
Really?
Unless you like, let's see, advise your kids that it's the best way to eat your head candy in one sitting. She works in family dentistry. She gave this unexpected advice in an interview with her local news. Technically speaking, she said, eating all your candy at once is better for your teeth than having a few pieces a day for the next few weeks. So if your kids ate their entire haul last night, they did right by her. It also sounds super painful because we had kids show up at like 8:30 last night, and I was like, take a bunch. And so they're like dumping them in their bag. They're these teenage girls, and they're all excited. If they ate all their candy in one night, the pain that they will be feeling today is so real.
Yeah, it might save your teeth long term, but your gut and your health, I feel, is going to not be that great in the immediate term. There's a lot of sugar.
But it is funny how like specialized medical will always just lean into their exact, like there is no other part of your body. Like, oh yeah, for your teeth, this is the better route. And you're like, what about your brain, your stomach, your, digestive, like all these other things? They like get super hyper focused on just teeth. Eat all your candy, eat 70,000 calories in candy tonight.
One of the great moments from last night was we're taking the grandkids around to trick or treat with mom and dad, the whole situation.
Yeah.
There was a group of about 8, I would say 10, 11, 12-year-olds somewhere. Some were 10, some were 11, some 12. That'd be my guess. And there were all girls except for one guy. And the guy looked to be probably about 11, maybe 12 years old, something like that.
Yeah.
And they go around. So they were the last ones to come before we left to go trick-or-treating. So they trick-or-treated at Alex's house. And the guy goes last, and all the girls are running to the next house. And he goes running after. He goes, no, go ahead. I'll go dead last. I get a lot more candy than you do.
Now that's funny.
Because you're the last guy, you get more candy, I guess. That was great. Just watching the joy. But there were not many people out trick-or-treating last night.
We had a good amount.
Did you really? That's
good. Our neighborhood's a lot of kids are in our neighborhood.
I think it was too cold for some kids.
Yeah, and we have like a little cul-de-sac, and the whole cul-de-sac kind of steps it up. We're in between some full-size candy bar sitches. So yeah, I think we get a little. I overbuy. It's funny because I overbuy with the small candy, but I think I would actually save money if I just bought full size and gave them one each. Because normally what I do is, especially at the end, I start like dumping things in their basket. It's so fun. It's like my favorite.
It's phenomenal.
It's the best.
Look, I mean, that's the one thing. Yes, it's cold out. Cold as a witch's tit. I understand that again. But you got to deal now within a 62-day period, something like 62-day period. You got Halloween, then you got Thanksgiving, then you got whatever holiday you celebrate, whether it's Christmas or Ramadan or whatever the hell it is. We all celebrate that. It's just it's a great next 2 months, a lot of celebration, a lot of spending time with the family. You guys love to spend time with your family as much as I do.
Yeah. And it was funny. So I was sitting next to a girl in class yesterday, and she has a kiddo who's 1 month younger than Go-Go. And I was like, what are you dressing up as? And she said, we don't celebrate Halloween. And I she immediately goes, what are you dressing Go-Go up as? So it was just kind of like one of those instances where, everyone's like, well, you can't if people aren't. She didn't care that she didn't celebrate Halloween.
Why don't they?
Well, I don't know. I didn't even ask. I wasn't going to make.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I know. But like either way, if like
no, we're having fun.
I was trying to make a positive about like the experience. Like if she told me a holiday I didn't celebrate, it wouldn't be like, why don't you or whatever. I would ask her about hers. And so she was really sweet back because I was like, oh yeah, like I kind of forget that like some people just don't like, okay.
Right. And rather than her being, you celebrate Halloween, she's just like, oh no, what is because you're clearly excited about it. So I'm going to indulge the conversation with you.
Why wouldn't you celebrate Halloween though? Why?
I mean, I don't celebrate Halloween. Like if my kids
did when you were a kid.
Well, yeah, but as an adult, if I had a kid, if my wife wanted to celebrate Halloween, sure. But I'm gonna
have a wife.
Well, I can dream and
I can daydream about it.
In my fictitious wife, if she wanted to celebrate Halloween with a kid, I'd be like, okay, sure. But if she was indifferent, I'd be like, yeah, we could just stay in the house.
Why don't you want your child to feel the joy that you felt at Halloween?
because it wasn't a monumental, joyous occurrence.
Really?
Like, yeah,
Oh, it
like
was for
even
us,
though we
man.
celebrated Halloween and it was
Oh.
fun, it was just like, whatever. I just
God, it
didn't
was
get into it.
magnificent.
Yeah.
You know, I seriously, I loved Halloween. I love that whole, like I said, 2-month run that begins with Halloween and ends with New Year's Day. Love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like my big is Christmas. Like if my kid doesn't want to go all out for Christmas, adoption. Like you gotta try again. Yeah, but
you gotta go.
Yeah,
I agree.
But Halloween,
I got a problem with that.
You guys are just monsters.
What are you talking about?
Well, Tevin's a monster. Acting like he didn't have fun. You just don't remember.
I'm saying I did have fun at Halloween, but it wasn't something where I was like, I need to do this every day or every year for the rest of my life. It was like, okay, it was Halloween as fun as a kid. I'm over it.
Get your mom on the phone. I don't believe you. I bet you as a kid, you were loving it.
Oh, we'll call Jenny right now and she will say, yeah, we sat in the
Jenny
house and ate pizza and ate candy.
Which sounds awesome.
Right.
Come along with me, Jenny, Jenny, woo. I love that song. Now I don't know. Like I said, I enjoy that stuff so much. Just watching the kids be so happy, running around, and all the, and I love all the lights because here comes Christmas right after Halloween. Now, as soon as that Halloween decoration comes down, they put up the Christmas deal, and it's just a great time of the year because the weather sucks. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah.
The weather in late October, November, December absolutely sucks.
It sucks. You got to look forward to these things. There's nothing better than a kid running up to your doorstep and going, "I'm a shark." Like, it's just cute. It's just
I do love that.
Freaking cute. Okay. Like, I'm a shark. Yes, you are. Oh, shark, don't bite me. Oh, give him candy. Oh,
okay. I'm gonna reveal to you how immature I really am.
Of course.
Because AG went as a monkey holding up a banana.
It's clutch. That the banana part was clutch.
The banana part was a huge part of it. But as he's walking along, I'm watching him walk, and the monkey has a little tail. It's about that long.
Yeah.
Looked just like a turd.
Yeah.
It was brown.
Just hanging out.
It's just a turd hanging out of his monkey butt. That's what it looked like.
Well, Gogo ended up being a golden retriever holding a real banana because she was death gripping to one. And also she doesn't eat candy yet. So I would give the neighbors a banana to give her because like that's her favorite food right now. So I was laughing every time I saw her. I was like, it reminds me of Sage, but she just happens to be a golden retriever holding a banana.
And I'm sure other kids passing her were like, we have to make sure we skip the banana house. We don't want
totally.
We don't want
I know.
banana.
My neighbor Bailey was like, ew, who gave her a banana? I was like, oh no, it was her. I was like, ugh, that's disgusting. I was like, I know.
AJ, if you can very quickly in the next 60 seconds find the Monster Mash, I just want to hear a few seconds, just reminding me that Halloween will be back again next year, even though people like Tevin are trying to ruin it.
Tevin's trying to ruin
I have a
Halloween.
campaign started.
It's true. He's trying to
end
ruin
Halloween.
You're going to say Happy Holiday instead of Happy Halloween?
I would like you to say happy. I don't know. I don't have anything off the top of my head, but yeah, not Halloween is offensive to me. It's very triggering.
Oh God, get out. Get out of the building.
This is Tevin's true colors.
Not
I've been waiting
the
for
office. Oh, here we go. You even know this song?
Oh,
AJ?
yeah, absolutely.
I love this song. And remember at the very end, the guy has an accent. He goes, "Whatever happened to the Transylvania twist?"
They're like coming this fall.
I love that song. Thank you for playing that. It cheered me right up.
Yay! Boo, Tevin.
Speaking of cheering us up, we got to take a break. Be right back. Dan Cummins is going to join us. Dan just released his 4th stand-up special. Dan Cummins, trying to get better. Dan will join us right after this. Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Good for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling, only to gain it right back. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. Let me assure you that the short 60 days is totally worth it. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You will not regret your investment in yourself. And as I said, we're going to get back to Elizabeth in a second here, but I'm going to take about a 60-day break and try to keep my weight just even, because I think maintaining your current weight and learning how to do that is very, very important. Then once I've gone through that right after the first of the year, I am going to jump on and get down to 215 pounds, which is the lightest I've been since I was in high school. So I'm really looking forward to that part of MN fat loss. Great job, Elizabeth. I'm so happy to hear about your success. Are you ready to lose weight and feel better? Go to mnfatloss.com, schedule a free phone consultation. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. You don't have to take time off of work or get a babysitter for the kids. It's as easy as getting on a quick call with the expert staff. You can share your goals, learn about the program, and see if it is a good fit to help you lose weight and feel better. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away. That's really smart. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. Let them know Tom sent you. You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now, stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this, at Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
The new Tom Barnard Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw & Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Barnard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Barnard Show. Visit tombarnardshow.com, keyword partner.
Yeah.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have Dan on the line yet, but we're working on it. He should be calling in soon.
Oh
Brittany.
God, who are you talking to like in that voice?
I don't. This is my sexy voice.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh God. All right, so it's November 1st, says everybody, including calendars. And
thanks for that.
Who's not saying that?
Breaking news, Brittany. It's November 1st.
Well, we've got 5 things to look forward to in November. I would say we have 7 and maybe 8 if you count Tom's birthday twice. But it's also Justin and Tom's birthday in November and Ethan's. But one good thing, people usually like this, daylight saving time ends on Sunday. So we're going to gain an hour of sleep.
And potentially this could be our last daylight savings fiasco.
Ever? Really?
I believe so. Isn't Minnesota close to, that's the big push we're having, is to go to just one no more daylight savings time
that
thing?
Would be amazing because
Didn't daylight savings time end like 2 months ago?
No, it happens in November.
We fall back now.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was supposed to switch over, but it never actually got
It was
approved
switched
or
over in
passed.
October before, didn't it?
It's, I mean, I can't remember if it did in the past, but it's this Sunday that we do the
Really?
Yeah. Yep. And
So it'll be even darker earlier. Perfect.
I hate it because my dog starts screaming for food at 5.
Ooh.
Go-Go is going to be all over the place for wake up and sleep. Like I hate daylight savings. Like it's so annoying.
I always hated it working in the service industry when people would be like, well, we get an extra hour of drinking at the bar now. No, sir.
No,
I'm
sir.
going home.
I still need like an allotted amount of sleep in my life. You a-hole.
But I have a question.
Yeah.
You don't leave earlier. You go to the bar later. Like you're not, if you fall back, you're not going to go to the bar at 4 in the afternoon.
No, so I'm saying on the day of, if you get to the bar at 8 o'clock and now at 2 o'clock when it's supposed to go home time, well, really it's daylight savings. So now it's 1 o'clock instead of 2 o'clock. So they think, oh, I get to stay an extra hour.
But wouldn't you go later because it was later in the very beginning of your visit to the bar?
Oh, like you would plan for that extra hour kind of vibe.
I don't care if it's daylight savings time or not. If I go to the bar at 7, I'm going at 7.
Yeah.
Right. But if you're leaving at bar close and it's at 2 o'clock, but then when the time switches, you look at your phone and it's 1 o'clock.
You mean because it does switch at 2 o'clock?
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
My personal hell would be if somebody made me stay at a bar till 2 a.m.
Oh, I would hate it.
It's the worst.
I would hate that.
I remember a time being like, oh my God, it's bar close. Oh my God, I can't believe we have to leave already. And now like the idea of it getting close to midnight and me still not being home would be hell.
All right. Can we bring in Dan Cummins because he's an expert at this?
Yeah.
Dan, I'm trying to figure out, am I working with 3 booze hounds or what do you think?
Now, I got to get the story on these booze hounds. What have they been doing?
Well, they've been talking about daylight savings time. And see, here's what I said. I don't care if it's daylight savings time or it's regular time, whatever. If I'm going to the bar, I go at 7 o'clock. I'm not a drinker or any of that kind of stuff. But
yeah.
So whether it's daylight savings time or not, I would go at 7 and I go home. But then Tevin brought up the fact that the time switches at 2 in the morning. So if you're in a bar at 2 in the morning, it goes back to 1. You can just stay in the bar.
No, but that's what people think.
You can't.
They go.
Okay.
So people will at the end of the night, they try to convince you to let them keep drinking for another hour because it's technically 1 o'clock. But whatever.
I can see that argument. Yeah. I can see that angle they're trying to work.
Okay.
Feels like that's one day a year where you should get to go for another hour.
When you have to do like a radio podcast morning show tour, Dan, do you the night before drink heavily because you have to put up with announcers?
No. You know what is interesting about like a radio store? It's going from one energy to the next. It's kind of fascinating, actually.
Yep.
You just kind of like doing these quick little mental adjustments. It's kind of fun.
No, I can understand that. Dan just released his 4th stand-up special, Dan Cummins, Trying to Get Better, which has already gotten over 300,000 views within the first week on YouTube. The special was filmed at Parkway in Minneapolis. I love the Parkway, Dan. Love it.
Yeah, and they really dolled it up for the special, too. They built this new green room. They finished it like days before we shot. And, with the added lighting and stuff, I mean, it was already a cool-looking space. And they made it look beautiful for the shoot. So I was really happy.
See, I think that's fantastic. It's such a, for years and years and years, there was a Mexican restaurant right next door that owned by the same family, as a matter of fact. So it was just this great celebration of going to see the family and saying hello to all your friends, Joe and everybody over there. And then you go to the Parkway next. What a great setup.
Yeah. I mean, in Minneapolis, you guys, it's such a great city for, events like that. There are so many good venues across Minneapolis. It's such an artistic city.
No, where'd you grow up, Dan?
I did not grow up in an artistic hotspot at all. I grew up in Riggins, Idaho. It's central Idaho. It's about 400 people. And not only do we not have theaters, you had to drive an hour just to see a stoplight.
Would people laugh at your jokes, though, since there were only 400 of them?
I was the goofball in class, but I wasn't competing with a lot of kids. I graduated with 23 kids. So, it was a good confidence booster. I wasn't going up against hundreds of other kids to be the funny one.
Do you remember at which age you said, you know what, I think I want to do stand-up comedy? How old were you when it first struck you?
I knew I could make people laugh, but I didn't think about it actually as a kid.
Oh, okay.
I watched Saturday Night Live like a lot of kids, but no, it was a complete whim after college where I didn't even know there was a comedy club in Spokane where I was living. And then my fiance at the time, she was like, hey, you should go try this open mic. I think you might like it. I didn't even know that open mics were a thing. So I was, 23 years old and just completely came at it from why not? But yeah, I hadn't been thinking about it or anything.
Yeah, no question about it. Now you're kind of, because I've been lifelong friends with people like Nick Swartz and, people like that. And then you came along and ruined it by being a nice guy and having a good attitude. What the hell, Dan?
There was a lot of like weird egos in stand-up. I do like a lot of stand-ups, but most of my friends have nothing to do with stand-up comedy.
Really?
And I prefer it that way.
No, it's all personal. You'll see it. Like unfortunately for me, Dan, and I'm going to only spend about 10 seconds on this because it's sad, but we lost so many great people during the pandemic. It was just like, my God, it's so great. Dan, I'm telling you, and I'm being very serious about this, to have you guys back out on the road now and we can go see you. It's because I've been a huge fan of comedy my entire 53-year career on podcasting and morning shows and radio and all that stuff. It's just so great to have you people back on the road, man.
Yeah, I think it's needed, especially right now, where the country's pretty polarized and, thanks to this next generation of the internet that we're in right now, people get stuck in these little echo chambers of a lot of just anger and fear. I think it's really important to have a release. It's like, and that's what comedy's always been, going back to like the court jester, is just giving people a release from the tragedy of the rest of life. So I'm glad it's back too. It's needed.
Dan, there's no question about it. And I'll be very honest with you. I went through a kind of a rough period, have, a very poor family and, a lot of bad stuff going on, all the rest of it. If it weren't for Richard Pryor, I don't know if I'd have gotten through that. Because Richard Pryor made me laugh every day, it got me through the tough times. You guys do a very important job. I hope you know that.
I'm very fortunate to get like feedback from fans and stuff. For me, it's actually more on the podcast side, probably just because it's, something new every week.
Mm-hmm.
But the emails we get, it took me a while to really kind of understand that. But the emails of like, hey, basically like my life has been terrible. Thanks for giving me something to look forward to where I can take my mind off things and just laugh each week. And that really, started to make me realize how important this kind of stuff is when you're in a dark spot. And, like for you, Richard Pryor, just to be like, oh, okay, he's making light of tragedy. He's okay. I'm going to be okay.
Yep.
Yes, very important.
No, and I think that's exactly the point. You just made the exact point is, hey, if this guy's okay, I guess if I laugh, I can be okay too. I think that's a very important point to make because that is the kind of influence it had on me. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah. And as I got into that stuff, when I was confused in my early 20s about what I wanted to do and just angry about different things in society, for me, it was like Bill Hicks and Doug Stanhope and different people and, listening to their stuff, just made me laugh and think. And also, I think maybe more importantly, just not feel alone. Just to know that there is somebody else there who thinks the same things are ridiculous that I think are ridiculous.
Is it tougher now, Dan, to do stand-up comedy, live stand-up comedy? Are people to me, it's much better because I laugh even louder than I did before. So I'm just grateful to have you guys back, you men and women back.
Yeah.
But are crowds tougher now because, obviously with social media and all the rest of it, it's like, oh my God, I'm so offended by everything everyone says. Calm down.
Yeah, exactly. It is tougher to talk about certain things. It's like people that have these knee-jerk emotional reactions because they've been conditioned to think that that's something you're not supposed to talk about. That's something that's going to offend a lot of people, or they've been taught that that's offensive now. And that is frustrating. But then it's all the more reason to kind of talk about those things and to call audiences out on that and be like, what are you doing? Why are you so emotionally invested in this right now? Like, what are you even upset about? Do you know? It's like we got to laugh about these things.
Well, we got to laugh. I mean, just about these things and about pretty much enjoy your life. Well, once again, you got a family. I don't care if it's mom and dad or brothers, sisters, a wife, a husband, kids, whatever. You got to laugh. You got to get out and enjoy the family. You focus on this. Man, I'll tell you what, if you watch national news, and I don't care if you watch it on CNN or Fox, boy, you're going to feel
very depressing.
Oh, it's just really, no matter which take you get, it's just, oh my God, is this depressing? I need to laugh, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, people forget that, with news, if it bleeds, it leads. They're going to show you the worst. They're going to exaggerate, but that's not how life is. And, I love history. And one of the main things about studying history that I think is so important is you realize that is, with all the problems we have today, in spite of them, life is still the best it's ever been. It's like the sky is not falling. It's actually much better than it used to be. You dig into history and, looking into how people's rights have been trampled. And, you go back further in medieval England and stuff, and, it's regular, common things to have people tortured and burned alive. It's like things are better. Things are actually a lot better. We got AC, we got hot showers, we got microwaves to make tasty snacks. It's like, you're okay. You're okay.
But then I still love to torture people. Is that okay?
I love to think about torturing some people, for sure.
Yeah, there you go. So tell me about trying to get better. What are you trying to? Are you trying to make the world better? Are you trying to get better? Who's getting better?
That was just a line from one of the bits. It's just kind of like a theme I've had with the album. But it also resonated in the sense of overall in the special. It's like, I do think the point of life as you're going through it is to try and improve as you go, and learn to be a little more empathetic. Learn to be a little bit more tolerant, and, just evolve. And that was something I was just thinking about at that time, where with all the polarization, going on, there was this weird mentality with some people that, if you have an opinion 3 years ago and then you change now, like you're weak. It's like, no, changing your opinion is not weak. It's a sign of progress.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that one. When are you coming to town again?
I don't know. I'm taking, I just kind of paused my tour for next year. I'm going to push it. I'm taking a year off. I've been working the road every year, other than 1 year during the pandemic for a long time. And then doing the podcast, and I've been super busy. And so next year, I'm just trying to get a little more balance, stay home with the fam, and kind of recharge and get some new stories to tell when I do go back out.
Well, I can't wait to see you live again. It'd be great to have you back in town. You got to come in the studio when you're in town, Dan. It'd be great to see you in person.
Yeah, it's been too long. I remember being in there with David Crow and you and John Evans many years ago. And I would love to.
Well, come back, Dan. Thank you so much for spending time with us this morning. Dan Cummins trying to get better. Already got over 300,000 views within the first week on YouTube. Thanks a lot, pal. Is there an indication? Because I knew he probably had to go, but I just instinctively knew it. I didn't know for sure he had to go. But when they disconnect immediately like that, it was like, did I run too long?
No, I think you went right up to the time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good.
They have like very strict times. And so you kind of nailed it. Though. Oh, no, I just mean arts people usually have
Yeah, he usually does 10-minute blocks, but Dan called in 4 minutes early. So I don't know what his schedule.
Yeah, they might have been running a little bit early. I'm not exactly sure, but no, he
I mean, it works for me. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to make sure that I get him out on time.
You nailed it.
Yeah, no, it was good.
Ah, man, we do need comedy again, though. I'll tell you what, Jesus.
Right?
Yep.
You think anybody go on tour, fly over to the Middle East and just walk out on stage?
I mean, they do the USO tours. Yeah. I used to work with Jimmy Kimmel's little sister, Jill, and she would go on those tours all the time with a group of her friends.
Oh,
and
really?
She was like, oh, I had a blast over there. But she's like, it's dangerous because you hear bombs and stuff going off in the background sometimes.
Fine.
But yeah, it's fine.
It's something great is you can walk out and you got a packed house. You go, okay, which side's the Jews and which side's the Arabs? I just want to make sure.
Just want to clear this up.
It's like we're doing a comedy show in prison.
We would get.
Oh, God, that happens.
When a time a comedian, well, first off, they'd come to bases that were really safe, like in Kuwait. We'd be fine. Yeah. We used to have comedians come in, and everyone showed up, because there was just nothing going on. So it was pretty exciting when a comedian would come in. And there was one, God, what is his name? They used to call him Fluffy.
Gabriel Iglesias.
Yeah. And he came in, he goes, you know what? I feel like the Middle East has just a really bad marketing problem.
I agree.
Because I'm telling you, there is so much beach here. There's constant beach. If you think about it, you could put your chair anywhere. Maybe not the ocean, but a lot of beach. And we were laughing so hard. It was always fun when they would come.
Would they pander to kind of you guys and do a lot of Middle East Army humor, or would they still try and do their normal set?
They would do their normal set. They would make jokes about the situation that we love. They'd be like, you guys think this is good food? You've been eating this for a year, They would hit up things. The last, I don't think we want to sit and hear about how oh, thank you so much for serving. So there's usually just a quick thank you for serving kind of vibe. But then the rest is we just want to laugh and we just want to forget about what's going on right now. And it was so appreciative of the comedians that would come over. We had like the Reno 911 group come in, and that was crazy hilarious.
Were there any that were bad?
Yeah.
Name them.
I don't, because I barely even remember the big names.
That's real.
No,
nice.
but there were never any like,
That's
oh, they
nice.
get booed off stage or
No, because like
come over and do a bunch of political.
Entertainment is that bleak that like we'll take anything.
Yeah.
But there were ones where we're like, I didn't laugh the whole time, but it was so much better than just sitting in your tent. So you're just kind of happy and like, go out and hang out with a bunch of your friends. And like, even if it's bad, you're just like, well, and they also like think about how long they flew to come entertain us. Like,
yeah, that's true.
But I would say their names. I don't care. But like, I couldn't even remember the big name guy. So like,
yeah.
Was that all inspired by Bob Hope, do you think? Because he did all those world tours for the troops and all that.
Yeah, I think he set the tone for that for
Kind
sure.
of seems like it.
Absolutely.
I never saw his stand-up. I wonder if his stand-up was funny.
I'm going to go with probably not that funny just because he's more known for not doing stand-up.
Yeah.
That's true. That is true.
We had the Viking cheerleaders come, and it was like,
what?
Like to when we were in Kuwait.
The Viking cheerleaders came to Kuwait?
Yeah, like 5 of them or something.
Did you ever have, because Fox will send their pregame show out there all the time?
No.
Did you ever have anything like that?
No, we had Geraldo Rivera came in and did a segment from the base I was at, and it's the one that I was in the background with a mustache, and he made me go on camera with him because I had a big fake mustache there. That was wild. But like the cheerleader one was weird because like they just seemed so out of place because we're all wearing the same uniform. And then they show up and like like a cheerleader in a cheerleader environment, you go, yeah, but it just seems so insane. Like it was like, what are you? And I love them.
They were an A, give me an R. What's the spell? War.
They do the skull
I
clap.
had a girl sit next to me and I felt so bad for her because I was like, you're like, you don't have to, we don't have to talk. Like, I don't know what to talk to you about. Like, like there are guys here that will die for your photo, but like, they were like, yeah. And what do you do? And I'm like, okay, like, I don't know. Right now we have nothing in common. Like, I can't pretend like you have fake lashes on right now in 102-degree weather in Kuwait. Like, I feel like I feel bad for you. Yeah. And I know you feel bad for me because I look like this unibrow and like I have got like a little bit of mustache coming in and I'm a wreck of a human and like split ends. But I feel bad for you and you feel bad for me. This is not friendship make,
God. Is it easy to laugh in Kuwait?
Oh, God. I mean, we laughed about everything. Like the things that I could never joke about, we joked about there because it was so.
Well, you're seeing the worst of humanity. So you'll joke about anything you can.
Joking about bombs being put into goats because you're like, oh, I hope that goat's a real goat, like when you're driving by. Because it's terrible because you're in that environment and you're, first off, I'm a medic. So you joke about everything. And like all of a sudden, I mean, there's things now I would cry over that we would joke over there because that was just life. That was like what you saw every day. IEDs were constant. So you're like, all right, I hope that's a real goat. Like that's like a light version of the jokes we would make because you just are surviving and you're everything is so it's like the mundane things is now what the crazy is,
Yeah.
Well,
because it's Kuwait, the people sitting in the audience go, tell more Jew jokes.
No, because you have to keep in mind when you're on.
They took that seriously. She actually took that seriously.
No, but I want to make it clear to you that like when you're on a base, you don't get to experience the culture. So it's kind of like it's funny because I don't even know if there's we went to the actual city, Kuwait City once.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And I was like, too rich for my blood. Like couldn't go to the yacht mall.
A lot of oil in Kuwait.
Yeah, it was like the richest of rich vibe. Like this mall, literally, you can only pull up to this mall with your yacht because there's like no front entrance. It's yacht entrance only. So I was like, yeah, Kuwait is a very rich city. And I
will tell you one of my favorite stories I ever heard was from a nurse. Oh no, excuse me, it was not a nurse. It was a custodian at a hotel down in Rochester, Minnesota, because a Kuwaiti prince had come over for a physical.
Yeah.
Right. And apparently they do that all the time. They go to the Mayo for their physicals. They come to Rochester, Minnesota a lot. But she said, I'm not going to tell you who I am, Tom. I'm not even going to tell you where I am, what the deal is. And here's the reason. She said, this is 20 years ago, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
She said, last week, a Kuwaiti prince was in town getting his physical, and he left. I went in to clean his room. He left $150,000 in cash on the bed.
As like a tip?
Accident? As a tip?
No, as a tip. 150 G's. Oh,
are they hiring?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly. I'll go clean rooms.
No, my girlfriend, she's from Rochester, and we were the first time I went down there to visit her family. We were driving along, and she points to this huge house up on this hill, and she's like, "That's where the prince lives when he comes in for his physical."
Oh, he bought a house?
That just has like a mansion. I don't know what prince. I can't remember which one it was, but she's like, "Yeah, just casually, that's where he lives."
What a culture shock! Like, not only you're coming to the U.S., but you're going to Rochester. Like, it's such a vibe. Like, and I love it. I love like the Mayo's amazing, and everyone there is amazing. But
they are.
It's not Kuwait, is all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, and for like the prince to be flying into, of all places, Rochester, that's where like the healthcare capital, like the best healthcare he can find in the world is in little Rochester, Minnesota.
He finds it quaint.
Yeah.
He finds it very like, oh, little Rochester.
Like, there's no spot to park my yacht, but
he puts up with it for the health care.
Yeah.
Or like even LeBron James, when his son had the cardiac arrest, went down to Rochester for treatment and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
So,
I'm very proud of that. Isn't that weird? Like, I feel very proud. Like, there's a very like, they come to us. Like, I love that.
But if you live in Rochester, the Mayo Clinic is highly controversial.
Oh, I
in
bet.
that area. Like,
really?
there's some people that are like, I wish the Mayo Clinic would pack up and leave and never come back.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't have all the details, but yeah, there's like, I'm sure our listeners would know as well, but yeah, there's people like, because they essentially run the town, and it's, I don't know, it's all money driven,
all
and power
medical money.
Yeah.
I believe it. Anytime there's like some big thing, there's always controversy, especially like, and Rochester's not that small. I guess it's not that small because of Mayo, but like it's small town vibe.
Yes.
And so I bet you there's controversy around what gets put up, who gets to put it up,
like
and all
what
that
type
stuff.
of businesses can go up and how late they can stay open and things like that. So
okay, I need help because I don't remember. This is from many, many years ago. You guys are probably too young because I don't even know if they're still in business. But there was a very famous liquor store in Rochester, and it had kind of a weird name. You guys have any idea what I'm talking about? Maybe a listener does. It was owned by a black man in Rochester and had a very interesting name, but I can't remember what the hell it is. I used to know this. I don't know why. I haven't thought about it in probably 30, 40 years. So maybe that's what it's all about. But if anybody can remember, 952-600-2575, or how do they reach out again?
Or go on the app, the top left corner. You'll see feedback for the show, and then you can come right to me and Tevin and all the people. So, and AJ and Andy, and yeah.
The liquor store had a great name, but I cannot remember what the hell it was. I haven't thought about this, as I said, in many, many, many years. So that's the problem. But we have to take a break because we have a very special guest coming up right after this. It's Tom Barnard here for Flagship Ford in Baldwin, Wisconsin. I'm happy to say I purchased an EV Mustang from Flagship and have friends and coworkers who bought new vehicles and used ones from this family-run dealership. That's just 20 minutes east of the Metro in Baldwin. Whether you want to compare their used car specials, claim Ford financing options, or simply book an oil change or tire rotation, they have you covered at Flagship Ford. New vehicles like the Ford Escape, the Edge, or F-150 pickups with special engine options, Flagship Ford can answer all your questions on your next vehicle. The month of October is Tire Month at Flagship Ford. Fit your tires for your specific vehicle, any model car, truck, or SUV, and get your tires before the snow flies. Just $5 over cost. What do you think of that action? There's a purchase of 4 new tires. That's a $70 rebate gift card on top of the $5 over cost on most brands of tires. Flagship Ford, east of the Metro in Baldwin, Wisconsin, online at flagshipford.com. That's flagshipford.com.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialki from Bialki Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialki Law to set up a free initial consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkilaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, 9:49 now, 11 minutes till 10 o'clock. Have we gotten any guesses at what that liquor store might be called?
Chrissy wrote in, she said Buckeye Liquor.
No, it wasn't that.
But that's about it right now.
Okay, I really wish I could remember the name of the liquor store because it was an interesting name, let me put it that way. Correct? Very quickly checking in. We've got a guest coming up in a couple minutes. Matthew Perry, the latest updates. There's a weird rumor going around that Lisa Kudrow is adopting Matthew Perry's dog, but it can't be true because Matthew didn't even have a dog at the time of his death. So why would you bring it up then?
That is the weird, because I even heard that rumor.
Oh, did you really?
Yes.
Apparently it's not true. He did have a doodle mix named Alfred with his ex-fiancée Molly Hurwitz, but she took it when they split in 2021. Law enforcement sources say Matthew couldn't have been in his hot tub very long before his assistant found him because his body wasn't waterlogged when first responders showed up. It makes you wonder if Matthew hadn't sent his assistant off on an errand, maybe he would have been there to save him and Matthew would still be with us. I suppose it's probably true. Mm-hmm. In a 2004 interview with Jennifer Aniston going viral because she cried at the thought of losing Matthew. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Carrying that with her for 19 years. Just 24 hours before his death, Matthew was spotted having dinner with a woman at his, it's the Hotel Bel Air right there. It's a great hotel. Uh-huh. Hotel Bel Air, and he seemed to be in good spirits. So there's really no understanding of why the hell he just slipped underwater and died.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any idea? Did they have any speculation? Did he have a stroke? Did he have a heart attack? Did he just pass out for some reason?
Yeah.
Was he so high he couldn't function?
I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of speculation, but just no confirmed.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of, he was on some prescription meds, maybe for like anxiety, nothing like that intense. I'm not trying to make it sound crazy, but you mix that with warm, very hot water, and then your body that you've been treating a certain way with drugs and alcohol. I mean, it's just like, you never know. You just never know. And like, this could have been, he could have done this a million times, and this time for some reason it's sad.
Yeah. I just 15 times in treatment though.
Yeah.
15 times. When I quit, I went to a discussion group. It wasn't really treatment.
Yeah.
Wasn't like a hospital or anything. It was a discussion group about drugs and alcohol and all that stuff. Did that for several weeks. Matter of fact, they used to be a sponsor on the KQ Morning Show. But I think during the pandemic, they closed.
That's progressive though.
But it was very, very nice. I mean, we'd go there and talk about this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't even imagine 15 times in treatment. Something is really wrong when you cannot, after 15 trips, you still can't fix the problem.
Yeah. I mean, and treatment could be like a loose word. You can go to like a 2-week kind of refresher or whatever. Like, I don't know. To me, that doesn't sound insane, but I know a lot of addicts and alcoholics. Like,
yeah,
it's not that outrageous for an alcoholic to go to treatment many, many times.
No, it's not. I mean, well, Elvis Presley
was
going to treatment at Hazelden, flew in on the TCB, taking care of business. The plane landed, the door opened. He walked outside and said, "It's too cold here." Got back on the plane, went home.
I can't get sober here. It's far too cold.
Cold to get sober here.
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
It is very cold here.
But I mean, he died shortly after that. It was just too cold here for him to say. Do you think it wasn't really the cold? It was about, I don't want to go to treatment.
Yes.
People don't, especially in his situation. What my biggest, I think, hurdle people have with treatment is that they don't want to give up the control.
Oh, I suppose that's a very good point.
Like, it's not the idea even getting sober. It's the idea that somebody else is going to have control over your life for a while. And like, people have a hard time with that. I luckily have no problem giving up control. By the time I wanted to get sober, I was like, somebody else take the reins for a little bit. Tell me when to eat, tell me when to sleep. Cause like, I'm not doing it right.
Yeah.
And technically you could say I went to rehab twice because I went to an inpatient. And then after, just to like cover my bases, I did an outpatient. So like, there's a lot of like terms with how many times, technically you've gone or whatever, but I don't know.
I went as a concerned person with one of my relatives who was in treatment for alcoholism, all the rest of it. There was a guy dressed. I mean, he looked a lot like Elvis Presley. He wasn't Elvis because Elvis was dead.
Yeah.
But the guy had the hairstyle. He had the shiny clothes, all that stuff. And Bill, do you have anything to say? Yes, I've got something to say. I love being a drunk.
I hear people like that all the time.
Oh, do you really?
Meetings. Yeah, they'll be like, and I love being an alcoholic, which is fine. Honestly, you take the power back. I used to, when I was in my 20s, I'd be like, why can't I deal with this? Why can't I drink like a normal person?
Right.
Now I'm so thankful, first off, that like my consequences were never bad enough that I ever have to like cry over them, like whatever.
Yeah.
And then also like, I love where it's gotten me. I like being sober. And I know that's probably annoying. I also love going to parties where people drink. I love it. I love dancing and people assuming I'm drunk. I love having them being drunk and then us having like a really close friendship and then realizing the next day they remember nothing of it. So I have to remember like they're not actually my good friend. But I don't mind where I'm at. I think there's no other way for me. It works well.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, our very special guest, Michelle Danner. Hello, Michelle. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Magnificent. Promoting Miranda's Victim. It has an all-star cast and is available on demand. Filmmaker Michelle Danner takes on the story behind. Oh, my God, Michelle. Boy, you had a job on your shoulders here. Filmmaker Michelle Danner takes on the story behind the most famous rape in American history. I guess I don't know anything about this, Michelle. Is that where Miranda rights came from?
Yes, this is the origin of how the Miranda rights were born. It all started with Patricia Weir in March of 1963 in Phoenix, Arizona, where she was abducted and raped at knife point.
God.
And therefore she was freed and fought for justice and got justice. And then the Supreme Court overturned the decision in a historical ruling. And then she had to go back and relive this nightmare and fight for justice again. And it's really a fascinating story. And with a twist at the end, I was absolutely bewildered when I read it. I didn't know that this had happened. And nobody knew the real story.
It's amazing. Viewers of American-made crime drama know about the Miranda rights, the legal disclaimers that police are required to speak to an alleged criminal being put under arrest. Indeed, the phrase, the right to remain silent, has become a defining principle of our American identity, and our Miranda rights often feel as crucial to us as our Constitution. How many, did this happen because so many different things went wrong in this particular case?
Well, yes. I mean, it happened because the ACLU got involved and was fighting for civil rights liberties, rightly so, right? Because now the Miranda rights protect the guilty and the innocent. And in his case, Ernesto Miranda's case was put on top, and John Flynn, a legendary attorney back in the day, advocated for him and then got the Supreme Court to overturn it. But, in this case, the justice system prevailed. Sometimes it does, as we know, and sometimes it doesn't. But like I said, there's a huge twist at the end, and I'm not going to reveal it because part of what I want is for people to watch the movie.
No question about it. There's an interesting line in this next paragraph. Remarkably, very few people know the story of Miranda and how, despite representing a victory of one person against a negligent police state, the real Miranda case was actually a brutal sexual assault on a teenage girl, a case where silence is often forced on victims. Was that literally silence was forced on them?
Well, that I don't know. But we know there's a great postscript at the end of the movie that says for 1,000 crimes, only 5 result in conviction.
God.
So silence is predominant. And people do not, men and women, right? But this is a story about a woman. People that have been, wronged in that way do not come forth by and large for so many reasons,
right.
Terror, shame, and people, so many people around the country when we did the festival circuit with this movie came up to me with tears in their eyes and thanked us for making the movie, which, by the way, I should say George Colbert had the idea to make this movie. He sought out Patricia Weir. He wrote, the story and produced the movie. Then people were so, grateful because they felt it gave a voice to their stories that they hadn't told.
What an amazing. So how did you first of all, how did this case end up being the one they chose to go after, Miranda rights and all the rest of it, obviously? Why was it this case?
I don't think it was very premeditated. It was just the one that made it to the top of the pile.
Oh, okay. So no particular reason. It just happened to be the one that happened next.
That's what I think, yes.
God, that's so amazing. It's unbelievable thinking about that. I just, first of all, for most of us, Michelle Danner, our special guest, talking about Miranda's Victim, was released on October 6th as an all-star cast, available on demand, as a matter of fact. We're looking forward to that. I mean, I'm going to watch the movie. But I got to be honest with you, as a grown man living in America, all the rest of it, I have never understood, forcing yourself on another human being. Most people could never do something like that, I wouldn't think.
It's a horrific crime. And like I said, it stays very unpunished. And thus, what gave birth to the Me Too movement.
Yeah, no question.
Because a lot of these crimes have stayed unpunished. A lot of this incredibly horrific behavior has been swept under the carpet. And so women felt that they really needed to stand up for their rights.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Michelle has worked privately with Christian Slater, Salma Hayek, Gerard Butler, Seth MacFarlane, Penelope Cruz, Chris Rock, Gabriel Union, Zooey Deschanel, Henry Cavill, Isla Fisher, and James Franco. My God, you never worked with anybody famous there, Michelle? Is that the plan?
Well, I've been lucky enough to work with some great actors. What can I say?
No question about it. I'm really, really glad that you did this because as I just stated, I don't see any reason for this to be happening in our world where young people think, or old, I shouldn't say young people, any person of any age thinks that they can force themselves on another human being, men, women, whatever. It's got to stop. Why people think they can do something like that, and I will never understand how that first happened. It's okay for me to force myself on another human being. Did it? Was there a drop-off, a dramatic drop-off in assaults like this after this Miranda rights case started?
I don't think so. I just think that people were just read their rights. Yeah, I think that unfortunately this is a big crime, and there's more stories than what we know. One of the wake-up calls that I had is that there are so many more sexual assaults than we're made aware of because people do not speak out.
It just for me, Michelle, I cannot get through my head. I have no interest in doing anything. I don't know anybody that has any interest. Is it? I don't know. I don't even want to ask you the question because there must be something that drives them, but who the hell knows what it is, I guess. There's no way to know.
Well, people act on their dark side.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
Very sad and pretty horrific.
And how do people find the movie, Michelle?
Oh, well, it's on demand around the country. It's playing 4 categories right now and in theaters now.
Marvelous.
Top video releases, new releases, and drama. And you can watch it on Amazon, Vudu, and Apple TV.
Did it take a lot out of you to do a project like this?
Oh, no, it was great.
Okay,
I had
good,
an incredible experience with this wonderful cast. And every single moment of it, from planning it to filming it to the post-production of it, was very fulfilling creatively. And it never escaped me, not for a single second, how lucky, how fortunate I was to be able to tell this story.
That's a wonderful thing to say. Michelle, thank you so much for your time today. Miranda's victim, Michelle Danner. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Really appreciate it.
Yes.
Bye.
Boy, that's hard to talk about.
I know.
Yeah.
You did a good job. That's rough.
You know, I've got a daughter. Thank God nothing like that's ever happened to her. But I got to be honest with you. Had it, I don't know if I could have not murdered someone.
Yeah.
No. You hear the stories about that all the time where you get a dad convicted of murdering because somebody messed with his daughter. And it's in those situations, it's like, okay, yeah, murder is not.
It's not the
right,
worst thing in the world, right?
I understand where he's coming from.
Not the worst idea to murder somebody. Oh, AJ left. I didn't say get to wave to him, but whatever. AJ, I'm waving to you now. That's all I'd say. Andy, what's up? Oh, there he is right there.
It's like whack-a-mole. He keeps popping up.
I always wave goodbye.
Yeah, it's a good thing you didn't say anything negative about him. He's hiding out in the
pain in the
he's
ass.
hiding out there.
Unbelievable. What's new in the world, Andy? Anything good?
Just coughing slightly less each day.
Well, that's good. Okay, so
that's all I can hope for.
First trip out trick-or-treating with the baby. How'd that go?
It went well.
He had fun?
Yeah, we just did the downtown trick-or-treat thing.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, it went pretty well. He learned how to hold out the bucket and, you know, get candy in there.
Yeah. Does he know what the candy is?
Yeah.
Okay. So he knows like what's in there because it's funny.
Yes.
Like that people would hand Go-Go like their bucket of candy and they're like, grab as much as you want. And she would, but she doesn't know what it is.
No,
like
she knows it's
dumps
stuff.
Yeah.
She's
She's like
shiny wrappers.
She's
and,
like, okay. So she just kept doing it. And like my neighbor Bailey was like, yeah, get some, girl. Like she just kept grabbing. I was like,
yeah, no, he actually, he knew that he only gets one each time you say trick or treat.
Mm-hmm.
oh, wow.
So he would go up to someone, hold out his bucket, get some candy, and then hold out his bucket again.
And say trick or treat again.
Get some more candy.
Go-Go was nailing the blowing the kisses. That was her thing. And that would get her more. She was
Mhm.
like, anytime there would be a pause, she'd go, mwah. And they're like, oh, take more. So she's like, oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, kids learn that pretty quick.
Yeah. So it was fun. What was Ethan again? He dressed up as
He was going to be Baby Mario from
yeah.
Yoshi's Island,
yeah.
but he hated the hat.
Yep.
And he's more right now into this Christmas Snoopy that we have than
Oh, sure.
he has a Yoshi, but he likes the Christmas Snoopy more.
Yeah.
So it's like without the hat and without the Yoshi, then what are you really? So we just made him a lumberjack.
Love it.
Gave him we have a little toy saw that we gave him. And
There you go.
You know,
wore plaid and overalls. You
Nope.
know, it's
I think that's perfect.
and out where we live, there were a lot of very, very similarly dressed children.
That makes it like a last minute pivot because how cold it
Oh,
was.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, very true.
Pretty got very cold, but we got home at like 5:45. It was freezing cold.
Yeah, but it was still light out, so you were good.
It was, and we got like 6 trick-or-treaters at our house.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
So hey, I mean, people still do it. It just, I guess with the downtown thing, there's really no reason to unless you want even more candy. But
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know a lot of people went out to like the Mall of America or various other malls that
Oh,
had
yeah,
their
yeah.
indoor trick-or-treating as well.
I tell you, one of my greatest memories as a living human being was Halloween night 1991.
Yeah.
Alex 2 years old, Andy 4 years old, snowed 3 feet.
I know.
I
Isn't that
never
crazy?
forget that.
My mom brought that up last night, and she remembers me and my sister were Care Bears, and my brother was a clown, and we were absolutely killing it because the Care Bear costume was so warm.
nice and warm.
Yeah, and like my brother with his plastic clown costume was just miserable. But
I remember something very similar happened to me that happened to Ethan this year, actually, on that year, because I was going to go as Mario too.
oh, wild!
But because it was so cold and snowy, I ended up having to wear like 6 extra layers.
Yeah.
And so no one knew what the hell I was. They were like, "Oh, you're a lumberjack?" And eventually I was just like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
Yes, I
guess.
Isn't
I
that
am.
funny as a kid when you learn you want to fight every sentence? Like, yeah, no, I'm actually, and then you realize you're like, it's so much easier to say, yeah.
Eventually, it just doesn't matter anymore because everyone's going to say it.
It's true. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to join me in my suite to see the Eagles on their farewell tour, here's how to register. Go to the Tom Barnard Show app, download it if you don't have it yet, sign up, or go to our website, tombarnardshow.com, and sign up there. Then listen for me to announce your name at 8:10, 9:10, and 10:10 each day between tomorrow, November 2nd, and Tuesday, November 14th. We'll announce the same name 3 times each day at 10 o'clock after each hour between 10 a.m. and 11. To win, email us back at contest@tombarnardshow.com. That's tombarnardshow.com by midnight that night, and you will win. We'll see you in the suite. When you win, you'll join me in that suite at XL. You'll see the Eagles on Saturday, November 18th. So it starts tomorrow, man.
Yeah, baby.
That's all you need to know, right?
Yeah.
All right. What else is happening in the world? Anything good?
I was looking at some of the stories we'd put on Tom's news story. There's some cute stuff in there and less cute.
Cute stuff?
Like some of the stuff I put is a little bit morbid, but some of the other people put is a little better.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about a Christian university that got fined $37 million?
For what?
There's an armed man found dead in a Colorado amusement park. That was pretty interesting.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that one. And he had he was packing heat.
Yeah, it sounds
Didn't
like
he have like a bunch of bombs and stuff on him?
I think so.
Yeah.
A Florida squatter story.
Yeah,
the
it
world
happens
is,
every day.
The world is your oyster, Tom.
Yeah, it is. There's no question. I don't know the story at all. All I know is the headline. The headline will draw you in. Largest Christian university in U.S. faces record fine after federal probe into alleged deception.
Ooh.
So is this like the Righteous Gemstones?
Right. I assume everything is like the Righteous Gemstones until proven otherwise.
I am not kidding you. That show is one of the funniest shows ever written. God, that show's funny.
It's so funny.
It really is.
Oh, man. There's so many times where I just like that daughter Judy just
Oh,
kills
God.
me.
Yeah, she's always complaining about something. It's hilarious.
She's a monster. One time,
yes, she is.
One time, one of the kids was like hurt, and she goes, "You gonna let your mom Munchausen you?" It was so funny. I was just dying. Like, what?
You know, technically that's Munchausen by proxy.
Yeah, it was just all of it
Get
was
it right,
off.
you writers.
Yeah, it wasn't even like. I mean, it was an injury that he had. It just was. It was all off. Everything she says is so wildly off. It's hilarious.
Ladies and gentlemen, the country's largest Christian university is being fined $37.7 million by the federal government amid accusations that it misled students about the cost of its graduate programs.
Isn't that every college?
That's every college. Isn't it?
This is setting an interesting precedent.
Yeah, that's exactly, because if you're not 100% upfront about the costs of going to college, with which no college is, every college in the entire country is going to get sued now if this goes through.
Okay, I'm going to do the same thing. I already did this, I think, last week, but I'm going to do it again.
Okay. So
Andy went to college. Alex went to college. And every month I would write a check to Catherine to pay their tuition. Because Catherine and I paid for the tuition, paid for everything in college, right?
Yeah.
Andy, you graduated when? And Alex graduated what, 2000? Alex graduated what, like 2005, something like that?
I graduated 2 years ago.
And you graduated 2 years ago, right?
Congratulations.
But I mean, when you were at St. Thomas and she was at St. Kate's, what year was that?
07, 08.
Oh, so it was 07, 08. Okay.
Maybe, I think.
Okay, so basically you're talking 15 years ago, correct?
Yeah.
The automatic exchange of money from my account to her account has occurred every month for the past 15 years. And she hasn't had to pay tuition with it for 15 years.
Don't worry about it.
What do you mean don't worry about it? She's stealing money from her own husband.
You know what? It's like when a company, if you use a certain amount of money every year, you have to spend it. Otherwise, they won't give it to you next year. That's exactly what Catherine is living by.
That's what she was doing.
And I appreciate it.
Well,
Andy,
tell her to pay off my loans.
Yeah, Andy,
Yeah, exactly.
What did you get your degree in? 2 years ago?
Software development.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
How are you doing with that? Because you came up with a couple of really good ideas.
I think they're decent ideas, but I'm raising a kid and doing this job, and that's plenty for me at the moment.
All right. Oh, so you're going to do the
I'm doing a little bit
development,
of programming on the side still, but it's, I only put a couple hours in a day at most.
Yeah. That's impressive. I mean, if you keep, that's cool.
Plug away at it.
You're like me, where I had a degree that I found out was unaccredited, so that was fun.
Oh,
to
that's
go
perfect.
Back, to go,
Shitholia University. I think
may or may not have been a small college in Mendota Heights that focused on broadcasting.
Oh,
did it start with like a color?
It did. It may
was
have
some kind of a color. It was.
Nice.
They had
blue, no.
No, but there's a B
Was
in
it
there.
black. No, it started with a B, but I can't.
So when I went back in 2020, during the pandemic, I was like, well, maybe I'll finish my nursing degree. And I was like, I got all these credits. They're like, yeah, none of
No,
those
you
are
don't.
real.
Oh
like,
my God.
that's so.
How
I
is
mean,
that
it's like
possible?
if you got the information, they should at least let you test out of it or something like that.
Absolutely.
Because that's actually, I eventually finished out my degree at a place called WGU, which is all online.
Yeah.
And they do let you do that. They let you just, if you want to, at any point during the semester, you can just say, I'm ready for the final exam.
And
so I ended up doing 30 something credits in a year and a half.
Dang, that's impressive.
Because half of it I knew already. I just didn't have the accreditation to say that I knew it.
The only one, there was a theater class I had to take, but since I was going into the medical field from broadcasting, there wasn't a lot of
Well, yeah,
Not
that's
a lot
true.
of crossover.
No. So it was actually ended up being fine. There was one theater class I had to take for whatever, but what is
There's
it?
a kid trick or treating. You can read it.
Shit, I got Gopher football tickets. He's looking in his basket.
He's not happy with his Gopher football tickets. Thank you for sending that to me. I think Passold sent that over.
That's very funny.
Maybe Doc, though. Okay, back to the story. Grand Canyon University, which has more than 100,000 students. It's a lot of students for one college, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's a very big online
it is.
school, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, it says mostly in online programs. There you go. Faces largest fine of its kind ever issued by the U.S. Education Department. The university dismissed the allegations as lies and deceptive statements. Grand Canyon University categorically denies every accusation in the Department of Education statement and will take all measures necessary to defend itself from these false accusations. The school said in a 5-page statement, an Education Department investigation found that Grand Canyon lied to more than 7,500 current and former students about the cost of its doctoral programs. Why would you lie?
Go to the next paragraph.
Oh, there's
'cause
another
that's-
paragraph?
Go to the next one because that's where it gets juicy.
Oh my God. As far back as 2017, the university told students its doctoral program would cost between $40,000 and $49,000. The department found that less than 2% of graduates completed programs within the range, with 78% paying an additional $10,000 to $12,000.
Yeah.
So it ended up being 61,000.
Yeah. So essentially, yeah, they said you're going to pay up to 50,000, and now you're paying 60 to 62,000.
Unbelievable. The additional cost often came from continuation courses that were needed to finish dissertation requirements. GCU's lies harmed students, broke their trust, and led to unexpected high levels of student debt. So good. They should sue them into oblivion.
Those programs it's devastating because you have people that will move places for certain programs and have budgeted to the hilt of exactly what they need. And they have to drop their jobs because any full-time, they act like you can go to school and work. You can't. I mean, you just can't. You can't have an actual job.
You're supposed to work 3 hours at the local McDonald's or something.
Yeah.
At most.
And even that, you're you still are accountable for certain hours and you never know when they're going to move things.
Yeah.
It's impossible. The whole system is impossible. They set up school and they want it to be your only thing. And then when you're in so much debt and the program is, it's just.
I would bet in the next 20 years, 90% of people are going to do college entirely online.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason not to for the most part, because a lot of it is just you're listening to someone talk you're taking notes,
Yeah.
and then you're turning in the assignments. Why do you need to physically be there? What's the point?
And especially after the pandemic, where we already proved that you can go to school online.
Yeah.
And it's only going to get more and more effective as you continue to perfect the process.
Yeah.
It's going to switch.
Well, I learned more on my online college classes than I ever learned in person, because in person, it's always, you know, Professor Methuselah who wants you to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
See, because
I can't learn if I've gotten 4 hours of sleep the previous night.
Right.
So I will say this. So I'm doing my nursing program is online, except I have that one lab on Tuesday.
Well, yeah, for nursing, you definitely have to have some hands-on stuff, but there's still a lot of memorization.
I love the lectures in person. I really do. And I don't have to be in person. I feel like I'm more present and I listen better than
And some people do, yeah.
Yeah, like I think there's something to be said, like having the combination of online and some lecture options, because it's like, what am I paying for if I'm, like, this is just a program where you're spitting information on me that is accessible anywhere online. Like, I do love a good lecture. I will show up and like, it is pretty nice to sit there and just have somebody teach you.
Yeah. And if you have to go through the process of getting there to go sit down, you're probably more likely to pay attention rather than getting distracted by whatever's going on in your house.
Bless you. Yeah. And I do treat it like, if I am giving you my time and money, I will ask any question I want whenever. I don't care what I look like. I don't care if it's like a dumb question. I go, the resources I put in this, I will get my money's worth. I will be that annoying person. Like, to the point where like these 20-year-olds will go, Brittany, will you ask this for me? I go, no problem. I got you.
Are you the person at the end of the class when the teacher's like, no more questions? Perfect. You guys can all leave. And then you go, wait, I have a question. Okay.
No,
Don't be
because
that person.
they're 3 to 4 hour lectures.
Oh God. You just want to get the hell out of there.
At that point, I'm like, I wonder what Gogo's doing.
Yeah.
Will I get home before I put her to bed? Like, at that point, I'm ready to go. But otherwise, I have no problem asking questions.
Yeah, eventually you're going to be like, I didn't have to put her to bed that night. That was great.
I don't know, Andy, because she's
No?
1.5 and I'm still obsessed. If I miss a night, I am dying. But I don't know. Maybe
Well,
you're
she getting
right.
to the point yet where she's like throwing the books and refusing to go to bed, refusing to read, fighting, getting the diaper on?
No, she's
that'll happen eventually.
sometimes the diaper, like if she has diaper rash, she'll get really pissed off about the diaper. But for the most part, the girl loves to sleep. She's definitely my daughter.
That's how Ethan used to be. He'd sleep all day if you let him.
What age did that change?
Probably about 1.5. Because like now that he's,
knock on wood,
he's actually like invested in the
wood.
books. It's not just like a comforting sound of your parents' voice kind of thing.
Yeah.
He's actually like reading the books. So now it's okay. We've read 5 books. Time for bed. He does not accept that. More books forever.
More books.
Yeah, exactly.
Always desperate. More books.
Mhm.
More.
No, his new thing is he doesn't even say more anymore. He just immediately starts going, help. It's like you'll take a book away and he'll go, help. It's like, now that's desperation.
It is funny.
Help.
Screaming for help because I had to take away your book.
That's so funny.
All right, we got to take a break. Be right back in a couple of minutes. Of course, Kristyn Burt will join us right after this.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to Me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation, 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
The new Tom Barnard Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw and Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Barnard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Barnard Show. Visit TomBarnardShow.com, keyword partner.
Stop looking so happy. What's the matter with you?
I can't be happy. I want to be miserable and grumpy.
She's all smiley, happy. Oh, we're on. Everything's wonderful.
She just likes Killer Queen.
Yeah, she likes Killer Queen. That's what it is.
That is. Who doesn't love Queen?
That's true. Ladies and gentlemen, Kristyn Burt joining us. So what's the latest? I'm assuming it's good news because you're in such a good mood.
I was actually just reading an article.
Whoops, she froze up.
Oh, the suspense.
Oh, I'll never know.
I'm just reading an article about.
What was she reading? What was she reading?
She's cute though, right now.
Kristyn, if you can hear us, you are frozen.
Give us a sign from the other side.
Give us the finger.
Like.
Is the internet down? No, our internet's fine.
When she reconnects, we should all just sit very still and make her
Exactly.
think we're frozen.
Yeah, I don't think she's coming back. Let me just remove her for now until
Get out of here.
Until she can come back again. Damn it. I was all excited to sit and schmooze with her.
You know what?
What?
She'll be back. I can feel it.
I'm hoping. There's no question about that.
Would you be mad if you got?
She just. Yeah, there's this
I'm
second.
going to be mad of what?
Let's remove the old one. Put the new Kristyn in there. There we go.
You froze up on us.
It was so weird. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, StreamYard just totally dropped on me.
Huh.
It's your fault.
You were reading an article about something.
Oh yeah, I was reading an article about Marvel, and Variety is just saying they are in huge crisis mode right now. With a lot of the topics that we've been talking about, you know, the obvious ones, people are just tired of having to follow the TV shows and the movies to try and interconnect all of the stories, the saturation, like there's just too many franchises out there.
Yeah, Melissa and I got sick of that when we were watching The Flash. And that wasn't Marvel, that's DC, but they do the exact same thing. You got to watch Supergirl this week, and you got to watch, you know, Legends of Tomorrow or whatever the hell it is this week, or else you miss out on key parts of the story. Characters in The Flash will be dead in 2 weeks, and we'll be like, what happened?
And if you didn't catch the movie at the theater or you didn't watch the series, you're like, wait a second, why am I completely lost in this universe right now? But they have a couple other things working against them, including the strike, because they've got the Marvels coming out November 10th, and they don't have any A-list celebrities to promote the movie. So it's going to underperform at the box office big time. On top of that, they have set themselves up to relaunch the entire Marvel universe surrounding Jonathan Majors. And as everyone knows, Jonathan Majors is embroiled in a huge domestic violence case right now. And they can't promote him, obviously, because nobody wants to sit there and say, our next star is Jonathan Majors, and allegedly he beat his girlfriend. So they are just at a point where they're like, we don't know what direction to go in and what's going to work with our audience now.
Who's Jonathan Majors?
He's an actor. He plays Kang the Conqueror in the series, and they literally built the next stage of the franchise around his character, and he was supposedly going to be the next big star in Hollywood. I mean, he was everywhere earlier this year until these domestic violence allegations came up, and all of a sudden it stopped Marvel in its tracks.
So what did he do?
Allegedly beat his girlfriend.
He beat up his girlfriend.
Allegedly. He has not. He's got a
proof.
case. Yeah, there's a court case ongoing right now. So, but it's enough that, all of the major Hollywood agencies that he was represented by dropped him, his publicist. I mean, this was one of those that they said there's enough evidence here that we can't even be associated with him.
And as you're saying, with the strike going on, they can't get out to promote and kind of spin it back in their favor because everybody's got kind of the gag order on them.
Exactly. They could have sort of spun the bad news away from Jonathan Majors and maybe said, okay, we'll focus on Brie Larson for the Marvels. They can't do that right now because the strike is still ongoing, and it doesn't look like at this point it's going to be wrapped up in time for that November 10th debut of the film.
Unbelievable. Again, I have proof that I've never struck Catherine.
Because you're sitting here doing a show today?
Because I'm still alive. So there's your answer. Yeah. If I had ever, can you even imagine if I ever laid a finger on Catherine? I'd be dead in about 10 minutes.
It also ruins your career. So, there's that too.
I've never understood hitting someone smaller than me or weaker than me anyway. If it's not a fair fight, why would you want to do it? Oh, look at Tim's already up on screen. Big shot. Yeah. Big shot. No question about it. Tim Larent's going to be with us. We're going to talk a little pickleball. Do you play pickleball, Kristyn?
I have not picked it up yet, but as a huge tennis fan, I feel like I'm missing out.
Big time.
You agree with that?
Oh, big time.
See, what do you think of that action? Missing out. Kristyn, Burt doing our Hollywood report. So the first thing, that's great. The first thing you talk about is somebody beating the piss out of their girlfriend. That's really nice.
No, we're actually talking about the Marvel universe and how Marvel is in crisis, which, remember, Disney owns Marvel. So this is just another pile-on to what Disney has been dealing with over the last couple of years. So if you own Disney stock, it's probably not going to be a good time for it.
Why did that happen? Because he did such a great job the first time he was there. What's going on?
Well, remember, just so much changed. Like Bob Iger chapter 1, the world was just completely different. And by the time Bob Iger chapter 2 came aboard, he not only had to clean up Bob Chapek's mess, but, he's dealing with the post-pandemic world. Attitudes have changed, and he's realizing he can't be the golden boy any longer.
Yeah. I suppose that's what it is. I don't know. Are just people is there still a lot, and maybe it's not reported or whatever, but guys beating up their wives and girlfriends, does that still happen a lot? You wouldn't think so.
I think you definitely hear about it more, honestly. I think you hear about it more when it comes to athletes, when it comes to celebrities. It's not swept under the carpet the way it used to be. And I mean, yesterday we were talking about sort of the negative side of TMZ when they report celebrity deaths ahead of the family finding out. But maybe TMZ is doing a service letting us know about domestic violence when it comes to athletes and other celebrities, because it just draws more awareness to it.
Did they not have like brothers or fathers, or these women, are they just out there on their own? That's why these guys feel they can do these things?
Yeah, go ahead.
And we have an amazing center here in Minneapolis for domestic abuse, which, I volunteered at. And what would surprise you is like, there is no one demographic. There's no ones that, like some of the women I have met were in the higher echelon of, like their family had a lot of money.
Really?
Things were fine. Like, So it was always surprising. Like there's no, you think there's in a lot of situations with crime, you go, this kind of group does it or this kind of group. It's all over the place.
Really?
Yeah. And you would never know, like, because
I suppose.
Because it's a systematic, and it's like you guys could have gone to dinner with a couple who the week prior, he beat the shit out of her.
Really?
And she would never let you know. Like the women I know, like I know of somebody who it happened to, and I'd seen her because we were on the same board of a charity, and I had no idea. She was so put together, and I found out years later, and I was like, oh my God. She's like, I would never let anybody know. And it's just,
it's a secret shame, which I think is really scary. And I think the statistic is it's 7 major incidents of abuse before a woman has the courage to leave.
7?
And also,
7.
Jesus.
It's progressive. So it's progressive. So it's the idea of maybe the first time it happens, you're in an argument and you just get pushed a little. And then the next time, maybe they're just driving a little crazy. It's something that's not just full blown. One day your husband comes up and punches you in the face. It's the testing of the waters. It's the getting to that point and knowing that that's where it's going to go. You know, the show that does a really good job. There was the Nicole Kidman in oh my God, the HBO show.
Big Little Lies.
Big Little Lies, where they talk about the progression of abuse, and they did a really good job about their dynamic and how like it is intense love in some ways and it is like intense fighting in another. And it wasn't saying
and incredible wealth too.
Yeah.
It
wasn't saying it was a good thing, but it was more of an insight of just like this idea that this guy comes home, punches you in the face and is mean to you. It's like the I'm sorry phase. She talked about how she loved the I'm sorry phase and the guilt and like the love that would come with that. And it's just more complex than I think I ever knew until I started learning about it.
Can you imagine, picture this in your head, somebody abusing my sister or my daughter, my wife? Can you even imagine that?
No, but do you think they would let you know?
I was going to say you probably wouldn't know until much later down the line.
And you'd never say, whatever happened to that husband? I don't know. He just
disappeared. Fishing, swimming with the fishes.
I haven't seen
with the fishes. We're back to get gaudy.
my sister, I have 2 sisters, and they had 5 brothers. That was not going to happen in my family. I'll tell you that flat out. It was never going to happen.
Well, Tom, I know someone, and I have to think it's the slippery slope comes in if you have a narcissist and they start to belittle you. It starts out as emotional abuse. And then it's like, maybe I'm not really that great. Maybe I shouldn't leave. And I know of a couple people that's happened to. So then all of a sudden it starts to make more sense because they've been beaten down so hard emotionally. And then it's like, well, and maybe I deserved it.
And it's kind of like what you're saying too. There's this weird tactic that comes into play that is the dynamic where they go, well, I pushed him, and like they don't feel like their side of the street is clean. And you just want to be like, that's not how this goes. Like, you don't have to go. They have this idea that like we argue like that. Like I push him, he pushes me. I have, bruises now. I'm hiding, on my, central body because she doesn't want to hit me where anyone can see. Like it's a really complex issue. And I'm not saying complex, like there isn't a terrible villain in it. There is, but it's fuzzy in their mind. It's not as clear as like, is sometimes shows or TV makes it, or movies makes it out to be.
Yeah, they make it like one time. Oh, I'm out of here. It really doesn't work that way. And also, when women are relying upon men for their finances, if they don't have any access to money or funds to leave, it puts not only the women, but oftentimes children in a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, that would be terrifying to have to leave your babies with somebody uses physical violence to solve it. I mean, if you're very wealthy and you leave, you know that you're going to have to go find some little apartment somewhere.
Yep.
And in the intermediate, you can't just take your kids from your father. That's not how the law works. Like you go, okay, so I leave my babies with this guy? Like, it's terrifying. I think
and restraining orders can be challenging. And then if they don't abide by the restraining orders, it becomes a very dangerous situation and can escalate from there as well.
And then too, with everybody kind of living in their own bubble where I am the center of attention in my world. I think that, well, what are my friends going to think? I don't want my name being out there and everybody talking about this. So yeah. It's a very,
the shame associated with it's so unbearable. Like it's excruciating, because I think a lot of us have known friends who have been in this situation, and you do find out later, and your heart just breaks, because you know what a traumatic situation it was for them and their kids.
You know, it's interesting. I was trying to think while you guys were talking, if I ever knew anyone who was abused by their husband, and I don't, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Correct.
But you do. Yeah, I was going to say you
really?
do.
Yeah, I know that you do. Yeah.
Real? What do you mean you know I do?
I know you do.
You don't know anybody that's been abused.
I mean, I think just the statistics would say that whether you know about it or not, it's definitely happened to somebody.
Yeah.
Like even my little sister broke up with her boyfriend recently, and she called me and she's talking about it, and she's like, oh yeah, he was kind of a little crazy, whatever. And she goes, but don't worry, like he didn't hit me or anything. Like you don't need to come find this guy. I was like, okay.
But and abuse has many forms too, as we have to remember. Emotional and verbal abuse can be just as damaging as physical abuse as well. And I'm not so sure. I think that's the segue into physical abuse. Is you belittle them and you do this, and also is it Kristyn? Kristyn, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And so Kristyn, it's I do know somebody in the last just over a year, and I know someone that she had to leave, and there was a prominent figure in the state, and it was hard for her to. It was a challenge for kids, and she was fortunately able to come alongside of her and help her with some things. And but yeah, she has the dynamic of this person having to be around her kids. I think that's such a difficult. Women are at a huge disadvantage because that mother figure kicks in, and and guess what? Sometimes, just like anything, sometimes it's easier not to do anything, because I can just go another day, and you know what? I probably did egg him on. I probably have something to do with this.
God.
There's all those dynamics. It's so true. I mean, I bet it would be, I mean, it's hard to imagine. Me and my husband, we get along great, all this stuff. It's hard to imagine a world in which I would just get up and leave in this situation. And I just mean, like, just with all of the finances and all the whatever. And I'm not even talking about abuse, but just like if one day I wanted to get a divorce, it's so intricate, right? Yeah. And now you add that physical component, you add that fear, you add the, at least I'm here with my kids, I have to spend time with them. The idea that they're going to spend time alone with him, like at least I could protect them when I'm with, it would all come into play. It's so much stuff. And it's just like, and we have a place called the Tubman House here in Minneapolis. That's amazing. And
Harriet Tubman?
Yeah, it's based off of Harriet Tubman, and it's in Minneapolis, and it's kind of like a landing pad, and they will take you and the problem is they never have enough money to take everybody. But when they take them, they say, bring whoever you want, like, and you come and you land here. Really? It's a landing pad to figure things out, to like take a breath.
Safe zone.
And they say, I think it's like 3 or 4 times, usually the person comes back and goes back before they leave the person for good. It's a lot. It's
a lot to wrap your brain around. And, and there's other dynamics. If the person's in a position of power in your town, whether they're like police officers or they're a clergyman or they're a politician, that can even add dynamics to it too, that you run up against resistance. So there's so many elements. So I'm glad that there are places that are doing their best to help families out in those situations. It's so scary.
It is. Yeah.
Oh God. Now I'm all whipped up because I can tell by looking at her that I do know someone who's been beaten by their husband or boyfriend.
And I don't like, the last thing I want to ever do is like, I just wanted to tell you that because I feel like it is hidden so well. And most people probably do.
How long ago?
Oh my God, I'm not doing this.
We're not playing an on-air guessing game. That's unfair. Tom, that is an off-air discussion.
Can you call them today and say, don't ever do that again?
What does their name rhyme with?
Yeah.
What is their address?
Like Anderson?
You're close.
Warmer.
It sounds like.
That pisses me off. People in our neighborhood, if their father would literally try hitting them, the little kids, all that stuff. We as teenagers would gather up and go over the house and go, don't ever do that again.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't ever do that again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And again, that's the no.
Well, your cousins were two of those guys.
Yeah. Cecil and Greg.
Yeah, well,
that
Guy
did
and
the-
Greg, yeah.
That get you guys were like the mafia going around and delivering street justice.
Well, there's
Knock,
a lot of
knock,
Larents.
That's
Don't
right,
tank with the Larents.
That's exactly it. But see, I mean, it just disgusts me to know that these women were living in fear constantly.
We had a listener write in. He said I could share. I'm not going to say who it is, but he said that here's a male story. I was abused by a spouse in many ways to include physical. It took years to get help, and I never told anyone it happened for over a decade. I can say shame and vulnerability and the possibility of exposing myself as a victim all played a part in why it took so long to speak out. I imagine it's just as difficult or worse for women. And then he said I could share this.
So it was a guy that was beaten.
Yeah, and like all of that.
That's a
And
whole
there's
nother
a stigma for
layer,
men.
because now it's like, what do you mean your wife beat you?
Yeah.
Like you're supposed to be a big, strong
yeah,
man.
you're not
and-
man enough to protect
Yeah.
yourself.
Well, consider the fact that we've been talking about domestic abuse for the past half hour, and it was all about men hitting women.
That's right.
Yeah, that's true.
Fair.
And it's exactly. And I'm so glad that they shared their story because it is really valuable for people to hear that it happens to men as well. And the stigma around that and the resources oftentimes are geared towards helping women and their children. So where do men go when they need help? That's an important question to ask.
And to Tom's point, it's like, I don't care how hard my wife hits me, I'm not hitting back. So
No.
you're not going to defend yourself in that way. You're just going to, but I think extra shame of that, like, we're supposed to be able to handle it. Right.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's what society tells you. Like you're men. Yeah. Like you run the household. There's a lot. There's so much ingrained in all of us and how societal expectations and gender roles and gender norms. It's amazing.
It's amazing when you have the kind of relationship, and I don't take it lightly. Me and Justin can argue and hit as below the belt verbally as ever we'd want, and I know that that's never coming into play. And you should, if you're in a relationship where you know that that's never going to be you can't take that for granted. You feel so like I never think about it. And I think I'm very thankful because I know, especially like in my 20s, if I would have been married to certain people, any of us can be susceptible to somebody who can ease you into that. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any funny tales to close out your segment with? Jesus. I'm going to start crying over here.
So sorry that I brought the saddest story. I mean, I thought we would be excited about the Marvel universe exploding and that the franchise is not going to be as strong as it used to be, and maybe we'll see original stories. But I'm just going to throw this out there because I think this is good for everyone who loves a good rom-com. Meg Ryan is back this week. Finally, with the rom-com with David Duchovny called What Happens Later, comes out on Friday. And what I love is that not only is she starring in it, but she directed it. And I think a lot of people will be excited to see sort of that 90s rom-com return to the screen.
Well, I think so.
And again, with an original story. So, we're trying to get those original stories out there and get people to the box office to go and see them. This could be one that will get people back.
Can I just throw in this? I'm still grateful you told me about the Righteous Gemstones. There, I lightened up the moment.
There we
What do you
go.
think?
I missed it.
I love that show.
So
Honest to God,
good.
Kristyn, Burt, you told me about that show. That show is one of the best TV shows I've ever seen.
It's so funny.
It's
so good.
phenomenal.
It's every
What's it
character
on?
in it is just hits. It's
HBO.
on Max.
It's on Max TV.
Yeah.
Honest to God, there are so many psychos in this show. It's unbelievable.
Oh, they're all narcissists in their own fun way, but it's like the kind of narcissist you just go, you are idiots, and you love it. Baby boy or baby brother.
Baby brother.
Baby
Oh,
brother,
God.
and he's this old guy, and he's like, I'm baby brother. Like, it's so funny.
Well, it's Walton Goggins.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
he's
Walton Goggins plays him.
amazing in
Oh,
it.
he's unbelievable.
There was a bunch of his costumes this Halloween. Everyone dressed up as
Oh,
him
really?
from Righteous Gemstones. Yeah,
Ooh, I
with
like that.
with the shell in the background, because when he performs at
Oh,
that
yeah. Oh,
hotel,
yeah.
he's like every 40 minutes he performs at the hotel pool.
That guy's a hell of an actor, dancer. Oh, Alex is here. He can do it all. That guy can dance. He can He can do all that. Walton Goggins is a hell of a talented
Yes,
guy. There's
very
no doubt
much
about
so.
it. But Kristyn, thank you again, because that show is amazingly good.
It's a win.
Kristyn, so I have a quick question for you. So growing up, my grandma loved the Macy's Day Parade, and I just saw a headline where Cher is going to be performing or involved somehow. Do you know what she's doing?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen the Macy's Day Parade press release yet.
Okay, yeah, I saw it like this morning. They announced that she's involved somehow, so I don't know if you had any insight.
She's probably performing is my guess, because usually they announce the celebrities that are on the floats. So I wouldn't be surprised if she's one of the headliners, because she's never going to retire. That's what I love about Cher. She does retirement tours and comes back again and again and again. And it's kind of an honor, even though, Macy's Day Parade seems like an antiquated thing of the past. It's actually a really huge honor to perform in Herald Square. And I think I've had a lot of friends do it, and they said it's probably one of the highlights of their careers.
Awesome.
So it says Cher will close out 2023 Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
Love it.
We love it. And you know what? Hey, she's dating a guy who is 40 years younger than her. She's dating a 37-year-old. So go Cher. Maybe she'll bring him to the parade.
Andy, would you date Cher? That's how old you are.
Yeah, how much is she worth again?
How much is he worth again? That's nice, Andy.
No, well, it's actually true. Like, there's reports that her sons, Elijah Blue and Chaz, are concerned about the fortune and that younger date getting their hands on the fortune.
As they should be concerned.
Turn the volume down.
It's on your computer.
I don't know
Let's
what
see.
any of that
Cougar-
is. It changes
Cougar on
every
steroids there. 40
Yeah.
years. Wow.
40 years.
Yes.
You have nothing
37
in
to
common.
77.
No, other than being human.
Basically, yeah.
It almost feels like a rite of passage for old female celebrities nowadays, where there's so many that go for the younger,
Old male celebrities.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Men have been doing it for years.
The only reason I hope to be a celebrity one day.
So you can date some super young guys.
Women are allowed to have this phase because men have had it their entire lives.
At what space? I don't have any space.
Phase.
Oh, phase.
Yeah, where, it's been fine. It was acceptable for years for Hugh Hefner at 80 to date 20-year-olds, but
It's acceptable in certain spheres, but none of the spheres that I belong to.
I don't like those spheres.
No, they're not good spheres.
No, thank you.
That is going to do it with Kristyn Burt. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, young lady.
all right. Talk to y'all tomorrow.
Thanks very much, Kristyn Burt. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back. Wrap things up right after this.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Listen live on the Tom Barnard Show app or at tombarnardshow.com.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw and Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw and Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
It's Tom Barnard for Flagship Ford in Baldwin, Wisconsin. I'm happy to say I purchased an EV Mustang from Flagship and have friends and coworkers who bought new vehicles and used ones from this family-run dealership that's just 20 minutes west of the Metro in Baldwin. Whether you want to compare their used car specials, claim Ford financing options, or simply book an oil change or tire rotation, they have you covered at Flagship Ford. New vehicles like the Ford Escape, the Edge, or F-150 pickups with special engine options. Flagship Ford can answer all your questions on your next new vehicle. The month of October is Tire Month at Flagship Ford. Fit your tires for your specific vehicle, any model car, truck, or SUV, and get your tires before the snow flies, just $5 over cost. That's a purchase of 4 new tires with a $70 rebate gift card on top of the $5 over cost on most brands of tires. Flagship Ford, east of the Metro in Baldwin, Wisconsin, and online at flagshipford.com. That's flagshipford.com. Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you. What's up, Alex?
It took me a very long time to get here. Something's happening on 494. Well, there's a lot happening on 494 because they're adding a ramp right where I am, and so it's causing a lot of drama for everybody.
In
Bush
the
Lake
Bloomington
Road,
area?
yes.
Yes, that's a disaster.
Yeah, I exited on 494 and it was just stopped. And I don't need to be on 494 for very long, like maybe a city block, and it took me, I think, 5 minutes.
Well, coming to work, we have a new thing now is we do traffic reports when the show starts at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
Because every day coming down Highway 100 now, somebody's doing some crazy bullshit behind
It just seemed like 100 is just like
every nut job drives on Highway 100. There was a guy this morning. I'm in the right lane. Well, I'm actually in the exit lane, the long exit lane, with the yellow signs on it and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And this guy's driving along. He's in the center lane. He's got his right blinker on. He waits till the very last second and cuts right across 2 lanes of traffic to exit. Then he's driving along on the frontage road and he's got his right turn signal on. But there's nowhere to turn, but he's got a signal on.
I always love that. And it's like, where you headed, bud?
So about 100 feet before we get to the turn, he turns his turn signal off and then exits right.
It wasn't the white facade, was it?
You might know somebody. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just guessing. I don't know.
It sounds like this person doesn't understand what signaling is and when to do it.
Yesterday, same situation. There are 2 4 stop sign intersections on the way to Highway 100 from our house.
Yeah.
Get to the first one. A guy takes a left turn right in front of me without waiting. He didn't even stop for the stop sign. He just took a left turn. I go up about 2 miles. Next four-way stop. Guy didn't stop, just went right through the intersection. So 2 in one day on one road. What the hell is wrong with people?
It's a mystery.
Well, why would you even want to do? I know that it's a 4-way stop, so you're going to assume everybody else stopped, but I don't have to stop because you're going to stop. Like what?
Yeah, I would say it's probably just more not paying attention and just
on their phone,
mindlessly going through stop.
You're probably right. They're probably on their phone the whole time and all the rest of it.
Yeah, probably texting and checking the stock market.
No, I wouldn't doubt that. Alex, why are you making dirty faces into the?
I'm sorry. I'm fixing my light. It was like tipping because I knocked it over.
Did you fix Mom's light yet? Because she has to adjust that every time she comes in.
No, that's just how she is.
Yes.
She'll be here in a couple of minutes. So
nothing we can do about that
in person.
I missed the makeup room.
Just saying. I think you'll be okay.
Okay,
if you go over there, it's in the tent. There's a tent.
Yeah, in the tent.
There's a tent over there.
I wish I had these tighter. Is there any such a thing?
I think you got them as tight as they'll go.
Are there smaller ones?
That's a small.
No, there are no smaller ones.
No.
Okay.
Or if you flip them around the other way, they should fit your head a little bit better.
I had these things that I had before because it was working much better.
There you go.
There you go.
All right. I have to have my hat. This is my brand, man.
No, I understand.
There we go.
But won't fit over the so you can hear now.
I could try it. I see you have it like that.
Make them bigger.
I do.
Yeah, that works.
Oh, I'll figure it out. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. We only got a couple minutes.
What's the worst that could happen?
Indeed.
Oh, that's brilliant. Wow. Tom, you're a bit smarter than I thought.
Brilliant. A bit smarter than I thought, he goes with. I gotta.
Thanks for having me on the show.
Oh, we're gonna talk about that when we start the next segment, the family segment. At about 5 after, we'll talk about.
Oh,
Catherine gets so she gets not frustrated, but she's like, "Oh my God, again," because I run into people all the time, and I always know somebody who's related to them or knows them.
True that.
With Tim, his cousins. I grew up. Guy and Greg Larent were twin brothers that went to St. Anne's in North Minneapolis with me, and I knew the Larent family. I was just talking about the fact Cyril Larent, their father, did it big because my father was institutionalized and all the rest of it. And I'll never forget Cyril Larent walked up to me about a month after he was put in the Hilton. And he walked up and put his arm around my shoulders and he goes, "Tom, I just want you to know that we here at the Larent family think the world of you. You're a nice person." I will never forget that as long as I live. Isn't that great that he would do something like that?
You know, it just goes to show words have meaning. And
oh God, yes.
We have to be so careful of the words we select. You know, about in 96, I got rid of the word problem. I don't use it anymore.
Yeah.
I only use challenge. Because challenge sounds conquerable, where problem is just that's a problem. What do I? It sounds like
true,
right? But it's amazing, and you know, a kind word, a kind smile. The fact you remember that was a long time ago, right?
Oh, that was only about 55 years ago.
Oh, that's it.
Matter of fact, it was closer to 60 years ago.
Yeah,
because I was a very young guy. But one thing I will tell you in North Minneapolis, you talk about it's a rough area and it's tough and blah blah blah. The mothers and fathers of those families, after my father was institutionalized and my mother was always working because she had to pay the bills. Every one of my friends' parents stepped up and said, "Hey, Tom, you ever need anything? Don't worry about it. We'll help you out." Yeah. Every one of my friends' parents did that. Pretty damn cool when you look at it.
Well, I think we need more of that today because the bottom line is, you know, we've become isolationist when we should be looking at, you know, the whole tribe, the whole families and extended families helping out, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And support emotionally and financially.
No doubt about it. All right, we got to take that break. We'll be right back in about 4 or 5 minutes and kick off the family show. Tim Larent, our very special guest. We'll be talking a lot of pickleball.
Oh yeah,
which is a good. You play pickleball?
No, but I need to start.
You do need to start. It is fun.
We're also going to have Tim Lammers on.
Oh, Tim Lammers?
Yes.
Tim Lammer. Is that like
Dorothy
Lamour?
He's French.
He's French. Larent, Lammers. There you go.
We'll go with Tim Laurent. Then we're going with
Tim
French.
Laurent. Oh, what they did go through. I told him Guy Laurent.
Oh, really?
Oh, I didn't tell you that story? Okay,
No.
we'll close.
We'll close, yeah.
Guy Larent and I are in the same. We're at Jordan Junior High School now over in North Minneapolis. And the teacher's going through the list. Tom Barnard here. Ken Anderson here. Guy Laurent. He called him Guy. And everybody in the class like, what? Guy Laurent? I had never heard, because we went to St. Anne's with him for a couple of years, and I never knew your name was Guy Laurent, but now I do.
Now I do. If I ever want to charge extra, I say, Coach Laurent does not take any new customers.
Exactly. We'll take a break, just a couple of minutes, be right back and kick off the family hour right after this.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialke from Bialke Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialke Law to set up a free initial initial consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkelaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
Why should your business bank with North American Banking Company? Here's Landon and Gavin Miller of D&B Plating.
I've always been impressed with their speed of answers to our questions, and that has allowed us to expand and capitalize on opportunities in the market.
North American Banking Company has never made us feel like a number. They've always treated us as a partner.
For more information about North American Banking Company, go to nabankco.com or stop by any one of their Twin Cities locations. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The new Tom Barnard Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw & Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Barnard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Barnard Show. Visit TomBarnardShow.com, keyword partner.
You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful. Someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
Welcome to the family. I'm going to start over with you, Andy. Welcome to the family with
Andy Brandt Barnard,
Tevin Pittman,
Alex Bernard Rasmussen,
and our special guest,
Tim Larent or Tim Larent.
Tim Larent or Tim Larent, it all depends. And of course, we have a Tim Lammers and a Tim Larent on the show today.
My goodness.
Oh, we can't hear you.
We should be able to. He's up.
We can't hear him. Oh, he said just a second.
One moment.
Might help to plug in the old microphone. Tim Laurent, it's the Tim Laurent and Tim Lammers show. How about that, baby?
Yeah. Tim L and Tim L.
The two Tim L's.
Tim L squared.
It's all true. And Tim, in case you weren't listening, Tim Larent is a cousin of two of my best friends growing up as a kid, Guy and Greg Larent.
Oh, cool.
The Larent family over on, they lived right on 29th and I guess the Parkway right there.
We have theater, not theater with, but Weber Parkway?
Sunset Park.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, Sunset Park up there. There was an old Dairy Queen there, but it's not a Dairy Queen anymore. It's still sitting there. And then there's a pet hospital. But yeah, I mean, it's just such a coincidence because Catherine always goes, why do you always know somebody? No matter who we meet, you know somebody. Because I started talking to Tim. I said, Tim Larent.
That is true.
I do. I know a lot of people over the years. I suppose. I think I hear Nana coming in now.
There she is.
I think I hear the door open.
Miss America.
Too much fanfare.
Oh,
whoa,
Jude.
my goodness.
Jude is also
Jude's all
Very
fired up. to be
Coming in
here.
hot.
Coming in hot. So Catherine will sit down in a second. Tim Lammers, Tim Larent, and Tim Lammers. What do you think?
Hey, did everybody have a good Halloween last
Yeah,
night?
it was great. Watching the kids be so excited is just, I love that.
All Hallows Eve, and hopefully the snow didn't deter too many trick-or-treaters. Not like the Halloween blizzard from God.
91.
No, it really was not bad out.
No, it wasn't.
I said my mom stayed out the whole time, so you had to know that it wasn't too bad. It was
Like
shocking.
a big girl.
Oh, boy.
Catherine is now in studio, so it's time to kick off the Tim Lammers report.
Yeah.
What's up, Valley?
Well, you know what? And I got to do a quick plug for my podcast with Bob Sansevier, Tim and Bob's Excellent Movie Adventures this week, Tom, because if you had an intermission in Killers of the Flower Moon, the 3-hour and 26-minute Killers of the Flower Moon, would you go? Or would it still be too long for you to sit in the theater that long?
I would definitely take a shot at it. Just if we got to take a break every like hour and 40 minutes.
Well, I'm talking about only one intermission, but the reason that we were talking about it and are talking about it on the podcast is the fact that some theaters went rogue around the world and put their own intermissions in.
That's a good idea.
They used to do that at Cooper. Remember the Cooper?
Yeah.
They had intermissions.
Actually, you know what they should do? They should just put buttons on each seat, and if enough people push the button within like a minute, it pauses the movie.
No, then you just have piss pots pausing the movie all the
That's
time.
true. You'd have kids pressing the buttons.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But you know, the problem is Apple TV and Paramount, who co-produced the movie, because after this, the movie's going to stream exclusively on Apple TV Plus. They busted these theaters because Scorsese got pissed off. Thelma Schoonmaker, the editor, got pissed off about it. You know, there's this whole thing about artistic integrity, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
You know, and it's like, okay, you know, are you going to start policing us at home too every time we pause it?
From now on, if anyone pauses this podcast, we're going to sue them.
Yeah.
You know, so
our artistic vision.
It's the only thing that makes any sense.
They claimed it was part of a violation of a licensing agreement.
It's so stupid.
Yeah.
And, you know,
okay,
well, man, 3 hours and 26 minutes.
If you want people to watch your movie, you have to accommodate them in some way, because otherwise they're just going to be like, I can't do this. This isn't worth my time.
Theaters are struggling. Why not give them a little boost to go get more concession sales?
Right.
See,
that's true. Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous. You should be supporting the people that you're, railroading.
Yeah, well, and that's exactly it. Because first of all, you have to remember the theaters don't make a lot of money on ticket sales. Okay, especially when a film opens, a big film, the studios take most of that. Now, number two, 3-hour and 26-minute movie. That means fewer showtimes per day. Number three, it's not always about the bathroom breaks. People are going to go when they got to go, right? But again, this whole argument of, sell concessions because that keeps the doors open, that pays your people. And as long as, unless those doors are open, people like Martin Scorsese are not going to have theaters to show their movies in. It's like, it seems like such a simple solution that they just don't get. I posted a picture of John Wick along with a piece on directconversations.com, my website, about Bob and my, podcast. And that was another long one. That was 2 hours and 54, something like that. Most superhero movies are 2.5, 2:45 now. I don't know what the cutoff should be, but I know that there have been a lot shorter movies in history that have had intermissions.
Right.
So bring them back. Just bring them back. It'll help the theaters.
I agree. There should be some sort of intermission when the movies are that long. But if it's all about selling concessions, are there movie theaters that have like to you delivery where I can go on?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I think, maybe most of them are, because again, the whole idea of getting people into theaters now is to make it more of a homey experience, oddly enough. I mean, they want to give them relaxing chairs and recliners that go back, that heated seats, everything. But yeah, you can order from your seats in some places, not just the there's only one of them in Minnesota, I think. The one that's in Woodbury, what is that called? It's like a theater / restaurant.
It's the Alamo.
The Alamo Draft House. Is that what it's called?
Alamo. Yeah, exactly.
That is the most. That's like a theater / restaurant all in one, it seems, because I think they actually have little tables that you can bring out to put your food on. But yeah. I mean, even the theaters that I go to out here in my neck of the woods, they have, people can order stuff and bring it to them. But still, I mean, I have to side with the theater owners on this particular case, because again, they need to make money on those concessions. And I never bitch about them concessions being a lot of money, because that provides us the opportunity to go to the theater in the first place. And again, just look in the mirror, of studios, because without those show houses, you don't have anywhere to show your product.
Right.
Yep.
Hey, I've got an angle for you on your reviews. You could this is the sucky, slow part of the movie. Get up and go. Take your own break.
Yeah, there you go. Sucky slow.
Well, and here was the problem with Flowers, Killers of the Flower Moon. I thought, okay, between the 3.5-hour movie practically and the 15 minutes for previews and just getting there to get a decent seat, it was a 4-hour thing for me. God. So I thought, I am not going to sit here without a drink for 4 hours. So I got one, and even a medium is like a bucket. And so I did get up twice during the film to go to the bathroom. Actually, one of the times tied into the fact that, and this was annoying as all hell, you could hear the Taylor Swift movie pounding away next to me.
Oh, yeah. I've had annoying. Yeah, I've been.
And I'm not the only one who has said that. And so that was part of the reason I thought, well, I'm up already. I might as well go to the bathroom again. But just the whole idea, if I only had to get up once, when do you go? So yeah, that's a great idea, Catherine, but I don't think my bladder could hold out for 3.5 hours to tell you what part is slow or sucky.
That's Mark when you need to go to the bathroom to say there's a slow.
There you go. Yeah, and it's as somebody who goes to a lot of movies, you see it all the time where somebody goes and something huge happens when they're gone. It's like, do they regret it? Maybe not. Maybe they'll ask somebody later. But yeah, it sucks. But that's good to hear, Tom. Put a bug in Michelle Mann's ear about that. Hey, I'd go to these long movies if you guys have an intermission. Unfortunately, as this controversy has shown, it's not entirely up to the theaters. But maybe if they scream loud enough, if you get if they get together and group together against these studios, they have their annual convention, Show West.
Yeah,
I used to Show West, CinemaCon now. Yeah, yell at them then. Tell them we got to bring them back.
She said the distributors have like all the power, that they tell them what they can and cannot do about everything.
That just seems so wrong to me, because again, hey, we're providing you a place because believe me, with the studios, it's not really necessarily the studios with the egos, it's the directors. It's if you get into filmmaking, the ultimate thing for you is to see that movie on the big screen.
Yeah.
Right. So it has a lot to do with maybe the talent more than it does the actual studios themselves. But studios also make a lot of money, and that's your biggest source of income is the movie theater. So I don't know, but yeah, they got to group together, man. Scorsese's argument was, well, people sit and watch TV 5 hours at a time. Really?
No, not at a time.
No, they do not.
They might binge something, but they also pause things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
If I could interject to Catherine's point, right? A little Johnny bottle like the semi drivers have, right?
Yeah.
And when you show your age, Tom, it's like when it's Sideways, which is one of our favorite movies. we brought in a little bottle of wine. You know what I mean? And now to show our age is like, now you can sneak in the Johnny bottle, you'd be fine.
Yeah, it's a whole different deal. Exactly.
I've definitely brought Potbelly to many movies. There's a Potbelly at the Eden Prairie Mall. There's a Potbelly right there. So you
and they
just
do
buy
delicious
it,
sandwiches.
and you just bring a big purse and you're ready to go.
Yeah.
A LaCroix. That's it.
Or, I've seen
Or
people, they'll do
the Whizzinator. Bring a Whizzinator in, right? The thing, a tool of
Vikings thing.
athletes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whizzinator for urine checks.
Yuck.
Can I say that I did actually?
You
That was
know,
other people I knew.
Other people, yes, other
Somebody
people. Wasn't
else.
you. It was somebody
Looked
else.
looked like me, but wasn't
No
me.
question. I like your idea though, and I will bring it up. Matter of fact, we should call Michelle Mann and get her on the phone and say, "What do you think?"
Well, you know, if there's if
On the,
if
I
it's
went with
all
phone and horn at the same time. The horn.
okay, you two stop.
right, sorry.
If it's all about artistic integrity, then they should just build in a segue into another part.
Well,
It's easy, stupid.
Here's the thing.
So weird
too,
about it.
I mean, that film, Killers of the Flower Moon, it is actually kind of parsed out in chapters.
There you go.
It just seems like a natural. Okay, you take a natural break. I mean, I don't know. Again, if it is about artistic integrity, they do realize at some point, and probably sooner than later with this particular film, because they got the streaming deal, that it is going to go to streaming. Or do they still have DVDs and Blu-rays? Those are dwindling away. But either way, you pause them. And again, is it going to get to the point where, well, we're not going to allow a pause function in this movie because we can't have the artistic integrity compromised? What a bunch of crap. So it's a slippery slope, as they say.
Well, I think that if somebody gave them a spreadsheet, showed them how many more people would go to the movie with pauses,
Yes.
I'm sure their artistic integrity would benefit.
Yeah.
I don't know. These people are very full of themselves.
Well,
They
but think
sure
about,
think.
okay, there are no more people that are fuller of themselves than people that are on Broadway in
Yeah, this is
musicals,
very
plays.
true.
Yes.
There are intermissions in every single
Yeah.
play
Exactly.
Yep.
that you go
Sure,
to. If
yeah.
you went to a play that was 3 hours long and there was no intermission, people would freak
They wouldn't
out.
go.
They wouldn't go.
They
They,
wouldn't
would
go.
be like, "That's
Yeah, they
ridiculous."
won't let you out
It's
during
terrible.
those. They discourage anybody getting up during the actual action on stage. I mean,
Yes.
So
I mean, I went and saw The Importance of Being Earnest, and that's under 3 hours, and there were 2 intermissions. There was a 20-minute one and a 5-minute one.
Yeah, they
is
usually
the
have
Radcliffe one? Is that the Daniel Radcliffe play, or is
No,
that okay? Yeah, well, yeah, Ethan, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point, Alex. The intermissions at every freaking Broadway play.
Yeah, and like
So there
talk
you
about
go.
people that care about artistic integrity, like it's their whole life,
Right.
is artistic integrity.
Well, and just the idea of a 3-hour and 26-minute movie. How many people were just turned off up at when they said, "I'm not even going to go." Tom,
No,
doesn't
I would
like it.
never.
Oh yeah,
I would
No
never
way.
go see a 3.5-hour movie. I don't
I
care.
wouldn't
if it's-
even watch it at my house.
No, it's.
I'd just be like,
It
I
would
don't
take
have
the entire day.
No, thank you. I'm not gonna do that. What? I have other things.
Yeah,
to
we're
do.
just now getting to the point where a 2-hour movie takes only 3 hours to watch in our lives
because of the pausing.
because
with
of
the kid.
the pausing and that sort of thing. I mean, like even after he goes to bed, it's like every so often. I'm sure you've done this, like deer in the headlights thing, where you're watching a movie and you hear a sound, you pause it, you're like,
Was that him?
okay, no, he's still asleep.
No,
you haven't done that. We do that all the time.
I mean, I hear noises, and I'm just like, if they are awake, they'll need me. They'll scream, and then I'll definitely know.
Ethan doesn't though. He wakes up. He needs to be changed, but he doesn't do anything about it.
Yeah, I suppose Fawn
Doesn't change himself.
Yeah,
but
Fawn
he
used
doesn't
to.
say
Yeah,
anything.
training
He
that
just,
kid
he just
better.
lays there with crap in his diaper. It's like, at least make some noise or something.
Fawn was a sleep pooper when she was
Yep,
little.
that's
Like she would
Ethan.
just wake up
Yep.
with poop in her diaper, and I'd be like, "What?
That's Ethan.
How
Yeah,
does that happen?"
pretty much every day. Yeah,
I know. Yeah, that she used to wake up every single day with a poopy
Yep.
diaper, and I was like, "What is going on?"
I know. It's like you'd think it would be uncomfortable, but
I know.
You'd think.
Yeah.
And that was just 3 months ago when she was 6.5.
Not even. She's been potty trained since 20 months. Thank you very much.
Funny.
All girls are advanced there.
Both my kids were potty trained by like 20, 21 months.
Very fortunate.
Plus, you got to remember, people after a night out at the bar, if they hit it heavy, they might wake up with poop.
No,
that's a
then you need treatment.
I was gonna say that.
You need treatment.
That's
then.
what's
I
happening.
just say it's never happened to me because I don't imbibe, but I'm just wondering. I'm sure.
And I've heard stories about people like peeing in the fridge because they're so drunk. It's like, how
The
drunk do you
closets.
have to be?
I would.
Some of my friends that
I'd
had
be
advanced stage alcoholic
I would be
ex-husbands. That kind of stuff did happen.
I would be dead if I ever had that much alcohol in my
Truly.
system. But I,
mean,
couldn't tell the difference between a room and a refrigerator.
You don't just start out that way. You
No,
work.
you
your,
build-
you,
you build.
build up your tolerance until the point where you're psychotic.
I
So
suppose
you don't
so.
know what is happening at all.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that y'all talked about, and God, I tell you what, it's still a hot topic in the news with Matthew Perry, man. I mean, that's
Oh, it's
Very
so sad.
Oh, I just saw
It is.
somebody had a license plate frame and it said, "Can you be any closer?" And I was like, "Oh, Matthew Perry."
Chenandler Bong.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Ms.
is.
Fernandler Bond.
Ms. Chenandler Bong. Thank you very much.
But I understand that he tried to help a lot of people with their same struggles, and he did something with one of his houses. I think turned it into a rehab facility. So, good on the guy, right? I mean, at least he tried to, even though he took what his struggle was and tried to help others with it. So
Yep.
But I was still shocked. I mean, I understand he had a real bad heart attack. Was it a couple of years ago? He had to drop from a movie because of it.
He's had heart issues for a while. He's had multiple surgeries that they don't ever say what the surgeries were.
Well, I know he in 2018, I think it was, they had the Friends reunion.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And he had like a huge relapse after that ended up he was in the hospital and had to have surgery. He was given like 2% chance of making it through the night.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that. I think that was the one I was talking about, Alex. It was, just terrible. It's terrible. And I was still shocked, even though you hear somebody had, such of a history with the struggles and all that stuff. It still was shocking. When my wife said to me, she said, Matthew Perry, for some reason I thought about Luke Perry, and I thought, well, he died a couple of years ago, but no, that's right. Matthew Perry's like, I just didn't expect it.
And I was putting Sage to bed, and Dan was putting Fawn to bed, and she was like doing her reading that she needs to do. And this Dan like walks in, he's like, Matthew Perry's dead. That was like, oh, what? And Fawn runs in, she's like, who's dead? I was like, Matthew Perry. You don't know who that is.
Don't know.
I was like, can we just get the kids to sleep without talking about anybody dying? Because now it's going to be like a 5-minute thing. I think he just was like, he was shocked, and then he was like, I have to share this. When you get something, you're like, I have to tell somebody immediately.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what happened. And
Well,
I
they
was like,
probably won't do an autopsy, right?
Yes, they are doing a whole toxicology report and an autopsy, because it was like, did he die from a heart attack? Was it drowning? Like, was he
Well, we
so
just
high on
had-
drugs that he like?
We just had a friend that was found at the bottom of the stairs, dead.
Yep.
And they're not going to do any autopsy because
Nope,
he was
they
over
didn't.
55. They're like, oh, well, natural causes 55.
55?
Yep.
He was found at the bottom of the stairs, and they're just like, well, he's old. He
Well, that'll
died.
happen.
What? 55?
No one
I guess
pushed him.
that's
I mean,
what they said.
What?
They looked around. There were no drugs, no break-in, signs of break-in. So
I mean, I
there was
guess
no
it's like,
foul play.
there's only a few things it could really be, and I guess ultimately it doesn't matter
That's-
which one it was. Because, like,
It's
did he have
I
a heart
mean,
attack?
he's
Did he have a
dead.
stroke? It
Doesn't really matter,
technically matter.
Well,
But
I
a lot
don't
of people
know.
would want to know. Just, I don't know.
I mean, just maybe
Yeah,
as a
what if-
family history thing.
If all
or
of a
something.
sudden you were just found dead, and they were like, oh, well, she was
It would be your father.
over 55.
Well,
If any of you were just found dead, I want to know what happened.
Yeah.
Be like, what? Just
It's
like,
surprising how
now.
often you see natural causes listed. Now, if somebody's over 80, 90,
yeah, sure.
Yes.
I can buy into that, but when you see it, 54 or 55 natural causes. What?
I know.
Yeah,
Well,
once you're
not
100
natural.
years old,
Not
waking up is an unnatural cause.
yeah, pretty much.
Oh,
I mean, I thought it was law. I mean, how do you rule out that someone didn't do something? I thought they had to automatically.
I thought
rule
everybody
out-
got an autopsy too. I didn't
No,
know that it
yeah,
was
I
like
thought it was
a.
automatic.
Assume that if the family doesn't want it, and then I'm sure if it's a celebrity, it's more common because everybody.
Yeah.
Well, in criminal investigations, if they suspect foul play, I believe they can order one.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Sure.
have to be released, but they can order one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, if you're just like, if you're dead at home and you've had like a history of heart issues, it's obviously not foul play, or the odds of it being foul play are so low that it's probably not worth worrying about.
I know somebody that had a 9-month-old that died, and they were like, SIDS.
Yeah, that's
they like didn't do anything, and she paid so much money to find out what happened to her.
Was it SIDS?
Well, SIDS doesn't. It's not even a real diagnosis.
That's not even a real thing. It's like IBS. It's like we don't know what's wrong with you.
Yeah,
It's-
basically.
Yeah, it's like meh.
Blanket deal.
Yeah, they might as well just say put life sucks on the death report.
Yeah, she had to pay so much money to get like her. She had to hire her own
Yep, you
person,
have
but
to
then
do it.
you have to go through like this whole legal thing
Yeah.
because it can't just be. It was like she had to have a lawyer. Like this whole team. She went through so much stuff to just figure out what happened to her daughter.
Yep.
Well, with Matthew Perry, it didn't take long for them to say no foul play, and they
said there were no
literally
drugs.
reported no drugs. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So,
Well, they said that there were no illicit drugs. They said that he
Yeah,
did
but
have a
he's
bunch
not-
of prescription drugs.
Yeah, but he's not an illegal drug user. It's
Yeah,
all
that's
like
the
Oxy
thing.
and stuff.
So just because they're prescriptions doesn't mean it wasn't
Yeah.
caused by
being
drugs.
overused.
Yeah, especially when you're a celebrity, you seem to be able to talk doctors into giving you a whole bunch of
absolutely.
stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew somebody in college that went to 2 different doctors to get different drugs from
Right.
like
Yep.
prescription drugs.
It used to be
It was
very
like,
easy.
what? Yeah.
Oh, I remember every time I got my teeth worked on, they'd be like, here's 2 weeks worth of Vicodin.
I know.
And now it's like you go into the hospital, your arm got blown off by a claymore, and they're like, I don't know, 3 Tylenol? That seems like a lot.
They're like,
1 Advil, 3 Tylenol.
Yeah, exactly. It's
I know. I remember the first time I had to buy that like intense Robitussin when I had bronchitis in college, and it's like you have to show your ID because you can make meth with it or something like
because
that.
it's got the decongestant.
or something. I don't know.
yeah.
I was like, I feel like I'm doing something
Yeah,
wrong.
like Claritin
this-
D
I just
or
want
I
cough
know.
medicine.
It's like you may have this much per month.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you go to prison. It's like,
Yeah.
wow, what am I taking here?
It's
well,
true.
speaking of legal drugs that have wreaked havoc on the world, another film I have to recommend. This is on Netflix. You can pause it as much as you want. Okay, there's my shot at Killers of the Flower Moon. It's called Pain Hustlers, starring Emily Blunt and Chris Evans and Andy Garcia, and
I
it's
like
about
them.
the opioid crisis again,
Oh,
but
I
from
gotta watch
a
it.
different. No, but Catherine, this is different.
It's so mad.
Well, that's just it.
I know,
But
it gets
this is
so
more
mad.
about it's about the unethical sales tactics that go on
I've heard about this.
before. So yes, it does eventually get into the addiction part, probably in the third act when the movie really turns serious. But it's about a startup company, a pharma company. True story, based on true story. Of course, they changed the names, et cetera, et cetera. And they were so close to bankruptcy. Chris Evans is this sleazeball sales executive. He hires Emily Blunt. She doesn't have any experience, but she has the power of persuasion. So her job is to basically hoodwink doctors into prescribing this stuff. And if she does, they make big money per prescription. And, before long, when that starts exploding, they bring in other sales representatives and they're greasing the doctors with cash and other benefits and stuff like that. And eventually it just gets to be too big of a deal and people are becoming addicted to this fentanyl-based, again, medication, and people are dying. But I think movies like this are important. And, after Dopesick, after Painkiller, after those 2 Sackler movies where they got off scot-free, to continue to expose these scumbags, because that's really the only justice people are actually getting. They're getting the satisfaction of these people being called out because they need to be called out. So it's not it's ultimately depressing. I get it, Catherine. But it takes a different approach for at least 2/3 of the movie. It's about the other end. It's where it begins. It's where you had some of that people throwing the pitches and getting doctors to sign up for these speaker programs, they call them. But basically it's, giving them cash. It's in a way kind of bribing them to do the prescription.
Well,
So Can't have enough of those movies.
Was this in any relation to Rite Aid? Because from what I understand, Rite Aid just filed bankruptcy and are closing half of their stores. And they were involved in some of those, apparently, from what I read, that they were involved in some of those pill shops, with the buses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you do have a pill mill thing going on with an actual doctor in this particular film, but no, it does not have anything to do with that. It's the actual company, if you want to look it up, it's Insys, INSYS, Insys Therapeutics. And the amazing thing is, and spoiler, I mean, the info is out there, but some people actually did get some jail time, but slap on the wrist, country club jail time.
Yeah.
But at least there was a little bit of things moving forward because obviously the Sackler family. Did any of them serve any time in jail? No,
none.
That's so sad. I know I know a good friend of mine, and her son ended up, he was hooked on stuff, and then when the big thing hit, then they pulled back all the prescriptions. Like, you can't have it now.
Oh God!
And so what does he do? He searches out something because he's hooked, and then gets a hold of something with some fentanyl. And he was so sad.
Terrible.
And the culpability is there. I mean, right? It's like, well, love of money's not a good thing.
Well, that's just it. In this particular case, Emily Blunt plays this single mother. She's struggling. She's got a daughter that's just diagnosed with a serious medical condition. I mean, she's desperate. And so she sees this opportunity and she uses her wonderful power of persuasion. No sales experience whatsoever in pharmaceuticals. She sold kitchen knives, I think. And that was her big thing before that. She had zero sales experience in that area, but you know what? Great salespeople. I mean, they have that power of persuasion, and certainly she had it over this one doctor. And from there, things exploded. And you get to the point where he has, I don't know what they call them. They're actual like prescription clinics or whatever. There's lines outside. The word gets around. This guy now all of a sudden this medication was actually for cancer patients, but before too long, somebody's got a sore back, so they're getting prescriptions, and then it just gets out of control. People become addicted. And things end very, very badly.
Yeah, it's just so annoying because we supposedly have these protections from the FDA and pharmacies, and all of these people are supposed to be sort of they're supposed to be in charge of all the drugs, and how it all turns into such a shit show, I'll never understand. It's just terrible.
Well, there's a real issue with if you have a lot of pain, opiates are the only thing that's going to work. Mm-hmm. So it's like, what do you do?
Right. Well, I'm telling everybody that's living on the street in America weren't chronic pain patients. Maybe there was temporary, but I think they just could have done better.
Well, yeah, some people obviously turn to it because of the pain in their brain, really.
Right.
I mean, they're just trying to get the hell away from whatever the hell is haunting them.
Right.
That's right.
So yeah, highly recommend the movie, but again, it's not your most uplifting, feel-good movie out there. But I know there is one, and I'm glad Tevin saw it. He texted me about it. Old Dads.
Oh, fantastic! I loved it.
Old Dads.
Yeah, it's Bill Burr and a bunch of other people, but essentially, it's an old, kind of crotchety old man that is at war against the woke community. And
Did it remind you of anyone?
Your dad's right here.
I'm not gonna look in a certain direction, but there's
all I'll say is, Tommy, you gotta see it. It's like therapy. It's like therapy. On Netflix.
It's on Netflix.
Yep.
Okay.
Old Dads.
All right, I'll watch it.
Do a double feature with that and Pain Hustlers. No,
yeah,
but
there you go. That'd be perfect.
But it really is. He brings fire to the anti-PC movement, and oh my God, it's Bill Burr at his very best. And as I mentioned last week, he's just one of the few guys that they can't cancel him. I'm sure they tried, but him and Gervais and Dave Chappelle, and Tevin, you were mentioning another stand-up guy that's bringing fire too, which is great. They need to bring it back. Yeah.
I would agree.
Enough of the being offended sort of deal.
Yeah. And Tim, there's a movie that on social media is kind of making its rounds, especially after the shooting that happened in Maine, called The Desperate Hour. Do you remember this movie? Essentially, I thought it was terrible. It's a mom that's out on a jog while a school shooting is happening, and she's trying to get to her kids, and so she ends up.
I've heard of it, and I need to. Who is in it?
People I've never heard of before.
Okay, this is 2021.
Yep.
Naomi Watts. Naomi
Oh,
Watts. I do remember
I saw that.
Yeah.
I believe it. Yeah, she's jogging a whole ton, and she's
and she's
it's mostly her running.
Yep, and on the phone, she ends up like calling in,
I saw
essentially
that.
solving the whole thing while on her jog into school.
Yeah.
Jason Clarke is in it as well. Great actors, both of them. Yeah, you're right. And I think the movie largely follows her. She's so desperate to get to the school, if I can recall.
And she hurts herself, and she's limping through the forest.
She's like sprains her ankle, falls down, and gets a concussion.
Yeah.
That's a hard pass for me.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, people are watching it for a reason, and that's horrible. Also, that whole situation in Maine. So, my God.
Yeah.
It is time to switch gears and talk about happiness and pickleball and Tim Larent.
I saw that T-shirt, Tim. I was going to ask you about that.
Well,
go to the Church of Pickleball, do you?
Church of Pickleball.
Well, you know, we have, I think it was St. Francis of Assisi goes, share the gospel often, necessary use words. And, you know, some interesting words get used on the court, but it's but it's all in good fun. You know, I did a podcast for Citywide Zeta during COVID, and they said, I told people, I said, if you're not having fun playing pickleball, you might not be a fun person. And that's true. I mean, that's totally true. And it's very playful. No, a gentleman by the name of Dennis Gallagher from Eden Prairie. He has these all over the country. When I brought a team down to Houston, for the Junior Olympics, we were just getting that fired up, and we didn't have time for jerseys, so they supplied these shirts. And at that time I was watching. It was a Ted Lasso, you know, and he has the thing he taps on believe. Yeah. So that perfect. And then we had a thing where it's one team, one dream. But yeah, it'll be in the Olympics. It's a matter of time. And but yeah,
the pickleball one?
Oh, I'm sure. It will.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it just has to get bigger internationally, because you can't bring something to the Olympics if you know we got United States, Germany, and England. Who's going to win? You know, you got to have a little.
Well, you're all guaranteed a medal, right?
Right.
That's true.
Funny story. My daughter was in gymnastics, and she's a driven girl, and she's awesome. But anyways, so she did was doing all around over in Minnetonka, and they go, and the gold medal winner is Amanda Larent, and she's like, yes. All of a sudden it's like, wait, she was the only one.
Well, but other than
it
that,
diminishes a little bit. But you know what, though? She did all 4 of the events, so other people weren't doing all 4 of the events. So I said, hey, there you go.
Okay.
Right? Other people didn't man up or woman up for it. So.
And are you the pickleball reason behind Catherine's black eye?
No.
The same was that wasn't the same.
We covered that in the first segment on the morning show.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up. Just to divert a second. Yesterday, my wife did a face plant in Target. And she's got an egg on her face. Like,
it's the thing to do.
It is the thing to do. And I said, okay. She said, nobody saw me though. And I said, oh, great. Now everybody's going to start this rumor about me smacking her around. And when we were talking about this last night, I said, I'm like Tom Barnard. I said, if I smacked you once, it'd be like Catherine and Tommy. Tommy wouldn't be here the next morning.
Well, whatever happened to Tom's body? I don't know.
Whatever, it was like, so if I actually smacked you, that would be my last night on earth. I would not wake up the next day.
That's
so
true.
How did you get a black eye, Catherine?
I was just standing there like a deer in the headlights playing pickleball, and just
you were.
right
I didn't know
face.
that.
Yep.
Oh my God, yeah.
I just wasn't paying attention.
Well, this was hard enough a fall for her. It was in Target, you know, solid floors. It's like, you got to go in.
Oh, it's got to be an automatic $10,000.
Right.
not about that. I'm just, you know, it's scary.
The injured somewhere.
Called Dave Bialke.
Yeah, there you go. No, ever since, and this really woke me up to this whole idea with head injuries. But, you know, when Liam Neeson's wife died, she merely fell backwards, I think, on a ski slope.
Really?
And Natasha Richardson, was it? There's the 2 Richardson. It's Miranda's the other actress. I don't even know if they're sisters, but she people thought, you know what, it was bad news when they weren't really releasing any news on her condition, but essentially it happened to be just a freak deal where she hit her head on the back of on a ski slope when she fell down. So you got to take these head injuries very, very seriously. So she seems fine, my wife Patty, but it's even 24 hours later, you got to go in.
If she gets a headache, go to the ER.
Yeah, and she had a little one to begin with. I mean, but she said, well, it wasn't my head, it was my face. I did a face plant.
Face ache is fine, yeah.
Yeah, but it was like this big. And now this morning she goes, uh-oh, I got a black eye.
Yeah.
To the final part of the last segment of the morning show, I figured out that Tom would have to have a motive, and based on the fact that he outkicked his coverage so big time that he probably wouldn't have a motive.
Oh, here we go. Not going to hear about that the rest of the day.
I'm really nice to him, so
that's really true.
He has no motive.
I've heard Tom talk about this before. He says, yeah, if I ever hit Catherine, I'd be sleeping with one eye open all night long.
I'd be dead the next day.
The next morning, he would be no more.
Live in fear for a while.
And then kill me.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, just string it out. Let him live in fear.
Yeah.
There you go.
How long ago was it, Catherine, when you stepped up and said, hey, Tom, you want to play pickleball? And I mean, what the hell are you talking about?
I don't know, a month ago, month and a half.
No, but I mean, how long have you been playing?
Yeah.
I haven't been playing very long.
Couple of months?
I would play and then something would happen and then I couldn't. And I'm sort of a stop and starter with it.
When's the first time that I met you then?
Well, I think it was like, I don't know, 2 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Was it at Mega? Or was
It was at Mega. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Was it one of my classes?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Yep.
Oh,
because now Brittany, who was on the show when you got here, she apparently is playing pickleball now too. Did you know that?
Is she playing in a league or what?
I don't know, but she's very excited to get. Oh, she is playing in a league.
I think maybe it's her tennis tournament. She's either in a tennis or pickleball league, one of the two. But
I bet it's
an
pickleball.
avid pickleball player.
All I know is it's exploding in popularity.
It
sure
really
is
becoming huge.
It's unbelievable. And here's the thing is that I also, Tom, got involved. I just thought I wanted to lose a little. For me, I wanted to lose a little weight. Growing up on the farm out in Medina, I mentioned my dad. I said, "Hey, I was thinking about playing like baseball or football." He's like, "Come again."
Come again.
We got our farm, the neighbor's farm, and then we took care of a bunch of real estate down in Minneapolis, and that's how I know North Minneapolis so well.
Right.
And but yeah, it's like I said I was playing platform tennis. I don't think you guys know what that is, but it's big on the East Coast, and they keep people up with their skills. And but my buddies, high school buddies, would by the time we played 3 games and had 3 beers, it wasn't exactly a recipe for losing weight. And so, and then the younger kids, I call them kids, but the younger folks, they had kids, so I couldn't get a bunch of games in. So someone says, I went to the doctor, and they're like, I hadn't been a doctor in 14 years. And that's, when you're self-employed, as long as you don't use your insurance, you can get by for 10 or 12 grand a year.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Amen.
So I'm sitting here going, so what happened was we ended up having our car dealership burnt down in by Loretto on Highway 55. And, I'm a pretty tenacious person. So I'm thinking like, Lord's like, he's not gonna quit this dealership. I need him playing pickleball. So, we don't even know what happened, but bottom line is I hadn't been to the doctor in 14 years. And fortunately I didn't need to that I knew of, but he said, oh, your numbers are off the chart. You got to do this, or you start taking statins or whatever. And I'm like, ugh. So I go into the gym. I'm like, I'm looking at the treadmill. I'm like, oh gosh, I can't do this.
It's so boring.
Just knowing I would go 3 times. I mean, at the best. And someone says, try this game called pickleball. I'm like, pickle what? And so I just went online, looked how to score, walked in, went to Dick's and got my little Dragon Slayer paddle.
Sure.
And I walked into Chanhassen, and I'm like, okay, I'm here. It's such an inclusive sport. These people are like, come on in, let me show you how to do it. Yep. And I'm like, really? If you want to check the tennis world out, just bring your tennis racket, Tommy, over to one of these country clubs or just a court where they're playing. It's like, oh yeah, I'm going to mix in. They're like,
who
right.
are you?
Not gonna happen.
That's not happening at all.
Yeah,
and
I can see that.
Officer Dave says he knows you well.
Who's that?
Officer Dave. Do we say his last name on the show? I can't remember.
How do you guys know Officer Dave?
You can't miss him.
He's been on this show a million times.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
He's kind of a small dude.
Yeah, he's tiny.
Yeah, he comes in every Friday. Well, most every Friday.
Really? Yeah. He also knows my daughter because whenever she got in trouble, he would let me know ahead of
Don't
time.
share too much. You might get in trouble.
He would let me know ahead of time, and then I'm like, but the good news is, Officer Dave, both times she got in trouble, we were able to address it, and he told her, "You make sure you tell your dad," and because I know who he is, and she did. But both times he bought a car for me. How about that?
Hey.
No, there you go.
Really?
So he
He's a good
says
guy.
she bought her first car from you.
What's that?
She bought her first car from you.
Oh,
so there you go.
Oh, wait a second. Who's this talking?
Officer Dave bought his
his daughter's first car.
Oh yeah. That makes yeah. And then he ended up buying another car too.
Yeah.
So I was kind of hoping my daughter would get more trouble because things were going good.
Yeah, there you go.
And to tell a true story, this is hard to believe, but so anyways, my son plays video games for a living. My son Spencer, and
esports.
What's that?
Esports or streamer?
Esports.
Oh,
no,
wow.
no, I should say no, streamer.
Okay, he's a streamer.
Yeah, actually, my son Spencer is on Twitch. He's the world's longest daily streamer in the world. He has been on a half hour a day for over 10 years. So, yeah. And if he stops, he's going to lose it because someone's behind him. But
there's always someone waiting to take your place.
I know. Yep. But he literally told us, he goes, "Dad, if I'm in the hospital, you get the camera out."
That's true.
So when it was put up, I was down in my bedroom and it was put in my heart that was like, the Lord's like, "You're going to play games for them." I'm like, "Oh, this sounds so awesome," because I didn't really have a chance to do sports. And then I thought, well, maybe he meant streaming, like playing Mario Brothers, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I think time when we were here is like Pong, right? That was like Atari.
Oh yeah.
It's
Yeah, very
advanced.
big deal. Yeah.
And when we got that with 9 kids, a big fight for the remote. I'm third oldest, and so I go and I started streaming. What happened was my son was at this conference, whatever, and my son goes, "Hey, Dad, I'll get you set up." I came back from my dealership because I got you all set up on your own little stream because his friends wanted to see me, fail, which is awesome. And I didn't realize there was such a thing. And there was a thing called Justin TV, whatever.
Yep.
My son Spencer went over. He went to Duluth, and he goes, "Well, I need 3 screens and all that stuff." I said, "What do you know the screens for?" He goes, "Well, I do video streaming," and I'm like, "Oh, okay." But when we started our dealership back in 2004, I want to say. I literally had Spencer digging out a trench for the restroom so we could get a lift station. And I said, "I paid you." One of the best, honestly, guys, one of the best summers of my life. I spent time with my son. It was so awesome. And so we spent the whole summer together. And I said, "Well, I paid you. I said, "I think I paid you $250 an hour." He goes, "Dad, it was $2 an hour." I'm like, "Oh, geez." And he saved up all of his money, and he bought a computer, and he's been live streaming. And so all of a sudden I seen him live streaming. I said, he doesn't like losing money. I said, "Spence, you're going to have to pay me $20 if you don't take the garbage out."
Oh, I like it.
So I know it's going out. Next morning I go, "You owe me $10. He goes, "What do you mean?" I took it out. I said, "Not the downstairs."
Oh,
wow.
Comes there, flips me a 10. He goes, "Don't worry, Dad, because they paid me $60 when I was online because they felt you for being such a hard ass."
Oh, well.
And I'm like, "What do you mean?" So that's when I found out they put money in his account and he gets paid that way.
Yep.
So that got my attention. I got my own stream going. Yeah, that's right.
Not a bad plan.
Papa Tucci.
Okay, so for the person out there who's never played pickleball in their lives, and I could throw myself in there because Catherine's brought me out a couple of times, but
I haven't.
Yeah, I'm brand new at it. So where do I go from here?
Well, I'm glad you asked. And so I was thinking about taking an intermission because I had too much coffee.
Oh,
you get a little jacked up, are you?
All right, I am.
Intermissions aren't allowed, Tim. No intermissions.
So it's a perfect.
It's a perfect segue, and I'll be right back. Okay.
You should have taken an intermission when we were talking about intermissions.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
He'll be back in a whiz, if you know what I'm saying.
You stay here, Jude.
Yeah, Jude's got to stay here.
But you guys just ad lib and talk about.
Oh, okay.
And we can do that. We'll
Okay.
talk about
amongst
you the whole time.
We got 15 more minutes.
Start bragging about myself, brag about myself.
Okay.
Exactly. Oh, there
Now,
you go.
talking about pickleball, my brother has been playing this and my sister-in-law for, I don't know, 20, 25 years. It's been around since like 1960.
What?
Yeah, which is crazy.
I never even heard of
It
it.
was invented in the last 2 years or something.
I know. It feels like
Yeah,
it.
so I saw my brother and he had all that tape all over his knee, that what's it called? Kinesiology tape. Yeah. So he had all this tape. And I'm like, so what happened to you? He's like, oh, I got injured playing. And I thought he said tickleball.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, tickleball? He's like, yeah. I'm like, do you need to tell me something?
Wow, you pulled a leg, huh?
Whoops.
That's interesting.
Well, what are you
Whose
tickling?
ball were you tickling?
Who's what? How is this possible?
No, my hamstrings were so sore from tickleball.
Oh, exactly. So, anyways, he's like, not tickleball, pickleball. And I'm like, what the
Well, it's
heck
not
is
much worse.
that?
Or not much better, to be honest.
Well, it's
Pickleball.
kind of there's nothing to do with pickles. I don't know where pickle came from.
I've looked it up, and the explanation doesn't make any sense. It's not even worth.
Well,
learning.
and also if you look things up with pickleball, there's 15 different explanations
course,
for everything and where the origins were and who made it up and all of this stuff. So I don't really know what to believe, but it is really a fun game. You do have to kind of maybe take a lesson or at least look at some YouTube videos or something because there are rules. Like I got hit in the face and it was the opponent that hit me, their point.
What?
I feel like that makes sense. Like if you were playing tennis and I hit the ball at you and it hit you, it's not my fault.
Well, I guess technically, because otherwise you could just like body block all the shots, and that would be cheating.
But pickleball is in a small, tiny court. It would be easy to try to hit somebody.
Okay.
It would be.
Okay.
So I don't agree with that rule, especially after having a black eye for 2 weeks.
I'm crying, and it's not my point.
I did not like that rule at all. But there are some rules, and I mean, you can just go out and bat the ball around and still have fun.
Yeah, I'll say.
But if you want to actually play a game, like most people know how to play tennis.
What the hell is going on in there?
I don't know.
Some
What are you doing? Oh, he's got these paddles. He's showing us his paddles.
I thought Jude was like digging at something.
I'll save this other piece of information.
Well, don't save it too long. We got about 6 minutes.
Somebody is also telling me that pickleball is now getting a bad reputation because it's too hoity-toity and all that stuff. I'm like, what? You need a ball and a
Are you
racket?
serious?
I would say,
was that a tennis person?
Probably.
Yeah, the tennis people are firing back because it's losing its luster there. The
I was gonna gift you guys something here. So, but this one's going to Katie Kirk, and she asked me to sign it. Just saying.
Oh,
I know, kind of a big deal. And on page 24, the ironic thing was, I didn't know this, but on page 24,
is that Matthew Perry?
It is.
Oh,
my
that's right. I guess he was a big pickleball player.
Yeah, and the reason why it's selling so hot is because this is actually
that you?
Yours truly. I don't even know who sent the photo in, but it's like it has a little more significance. But anyways, I'm sending that to Katie Kirk. This is a magazine out of New York, actually. But I'll leave you guys a copy or so.
Well, now, correct me if I'm wrong, and not to bring the conversation down again. Wasn't Matthew Perry playing pickleball just like hours before?
Yeah, I think he played. Yeah, like the morning of and it was like he normally plays for 2 hours a day, but he was tired and only played for 1 hour in the morning. So yeah,
it's like he's tired and only played for 1 hour.
Yeah.
When I'm tired, I don't play for a month.
It's amazing that after you die, they map every single step you took the entire day.
Right. Well, anything could be relevant when you have a heart issue.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you write for that magazine, Tim, or are you a publisher? The magazine.
Yeah. What about it?
You write for it, or are you a publisher? Or?
I'm just one of the. There's a company out in New York, and they've in pickleball media, and some people in California. There's just 2 pickleball sisters. One was just supporting the other one, and she had lost her triplet. But they're just regular people, and they had this inspiration to do this. And next thing you know, remember, who's Emily Blunt? Is she like
she's an actress?
She's an actress. Is she really cute? Brunette.
Yeah.
So she has.
Sometimes she's blonde.
Okay.
It depends on what movie she's in.
She's married to John Krasinski, but she's done a lot of different things. She was Mary Poppins a couple of years ago, but she's done a lot of different. Quiet Place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm the last one to know what any trivia. I have no idea about actors and actresses, but on Stephen Colbert, I thought it was her, and she goes, "Oh, I was at this place, and I just grabbed this magazine to think it was for free." But Stephen Colbert's like, everyone talked about being on the cover of Rolling Stone. He goes, "I'm on in pickleball. Are you kidding me?" This is the issue with firefighters. So we're doing just kind of a fun thing, you guys. We're doing a thing with Cops Against the Policemen. And so I was at Mega Minnetonka, which is, there used to be a theater there, by the way. Used to be a theater at that location.
Oh, really?
7101. And a drive-in.
Yeah, drive-in.
Yeah, the old-fashioned way, right? When you can sneak everything in. But I did. The cops got called because this lady had dislocated her shoulder, which could happen. And anyways, got her all fixed up. And these two firefighters are in there, and they're like the most buff, athletic people that you can imagine. So I'm not talking about you, Tommy. I'm just saying other people. And but anyways, these guys. I said, well, we want the policeman against the firefighter. So we're going to do that as a fundraiser. And I told the two firefighters, I said, what I need you guys to do is really find me some athletes because these cops are really good. And they were like, I just did it so deadpan. They're like, we're here. Like,
we are the athletes that you were
I'm
looking
like,
for.
we need some really good athletes and, some people in really good shapes. But what do we have? 2 minutes left? Let me think what I can do to kind of wrap
We
it.
got about 7 minutes left.
Oh, awesome.
Andy, can you pop Mom back up?
No, I can't because she left.
Well, it kept on saying it wasn't connected to the internet. I kept on complaining. So
I don't know.
they can still hear me.
Let me lay out a little vision of what's going on.
A good idea.
All right, good. So anyway, I got involved 5 years ago. My son now live streams pickleball, and he goes down to Santa Monica Studios. So they'll be running cameras in New York and all over the place. And but he's the independent contractor for that. So we having a chance to get to know all the the pros and all the top people. And this is a game for the people by the people, and I think that's so important. I've never seen a game that crosses all the barriers. The last thing we need is more divisiveness in our country.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need left, right, green, red, whatever. Everyone is so sick of all that. The PC, this, like, that's the last thing we need.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, this one gal that I'll just use her first name, Beth. She had lost a 27-year-old. I think his name was Jordan. And she said, "Tim, it was the only way I could survive because for 15 minutes, I forgot about my pain."
Oh.
Yeah.
How powerful to know that. And here's a gal that actually is one of the founders here. And I'm like, how cool is this? And then they get it to, out in the national media spotlight. And what I can say is that I've never seen a sport that's so inclusive, so friendly.
Great.
If you're not laughing playing pickleball, you're not a fun person. Let's just be honest. You're just not a fun person. It's okay. It's okay. I've taught about 7,000 to 10,000 people pickleball. And I've only had 2 people that didn't like it. One said that he didn't care for games with more than 2 rules. Okay, get it.
Yeah.
I couldn't get him his money back fast enough. I said, well, we'll take one of the 10 people off the waiting list to take your spot. And the other person probably wasn't mentally stable. He wanted to hit every ball through the net. So, yeah.
Okay.
And, but I've met more lifetime friends. And when you go, matter of fact, I'm going to doing a vacation. Well, no, I get paid out in Cabo San Lucas. I'll be teaching out there January 8th through the 14th. And I'm like, all the everything's paid and I get, it's wonderful. But I have close friends from Orono that I became close friends with. And they're like, please come up to our place. They have places right in the ocean. And I guess Kenny Loggins was playing their place and he tipped over and got hurt. So you're not the only one. Okay.
Me and Kenny Loggins.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, Tim, I'd like to ask quickly. I looked you up on Facebook. It's my pickleball coach, Tim Larent, on Facebook.
That's him.
I don't do social media, but I think that's right. It's mypickleballcoach.com is the segue to how to get a hold of me or whatever. And from there, it's really funny. I haven't promoted myself at all. And some author reached out to you. Yeah, Tim, you helped me out in Eden Prairie sometime. You don't remember me, but I'm an author of this book. And, I'm like, okay, cool. He goes, would you help me with it? Would you be in this book? I'm like, sure. It's kind of like asking me, well, we're going to pay you to go do this trip. Would you like to do that? Yes, I can do that one.
Yes.
And, you have to know how to say yes, right, Tommy?
Absolutely. That's all
Okay.
I ever do.
One other thing I wanted to ask you,
Go
it just
ahead.
said one mutual friend, Dan Endy.
Yeah. How do you know Dan?
I used to work with Dan at a company that is no longer a media company in St.
Really?
Paul. But Dan, his interesting story is his father was one of the founders of NFL Films.
Really?
Yeah. You have to talk with Dan about that sometime. Yeah. Great guy though, Dan. I haven't seen him for years, but it's like, oh wow, Dan, you know Dan. That's really cool. So,
yeah.
So you don't do the social media, but you have the Facebook page, but you got the website as well.
Yeah, I need to hire someone to do that. So I just don't do it. I haven't, but I really should, because here's the thing, the impact. I'm just gonna. I have a minute left to wrap up, you guys, or something. Let me wrap it up with this. Time you just give me a heads up when it's 1 minute left.
3 minutes.
Oh, more than enough time. Is that that my goal here is to have an impact worldwide with this sport. And I have no question that that's going to happen, because I've never seen, once you drink the Kool-Aid, right, Catherine,
Mm-hmm.
you are addicted to this game. If you play more than 3 or 4 times, you're addicted. I ask people in class, I teach 100 new people a week. And guess what? They're like, what? It's been around since 1965. Are you serious? I'm like, I guess so.
Isn't that amazing?
And I've never seen people laugh so hard, and man, the endorphins flow, and you just really get a chance to enjoy it. But yeah, I want to impact. There's people. This is, by the way, this is what a paddle looks like, by the way. And there's people in Uganda where we sent plywood paddles to, and they're learning English, and they go ball, pick ball, paddle, and they run out onto their clay court with bare feet and have a blast. And you tell me how many sports I was at a country club. I said, you know what? We're taking this from the country clubs out to Uganda. And I always use Uganda, and I found out that's actually happening. And to know that I could have impact that way, and it's a perfect charity event to raise money. I think of the Jerry Lewis Telethon, of course, we had, but we're going to do where we have a 6, multiple day where it goes continuously broadcast, and people will pay to have this person, a celebrity on to see Tom Barnard get hit with the ball. Priceless. Right?
Hilarious.
See, Tom, get a black eye.
There you go.
I can join the club. I can join the club with the black eyes. Exactly
well,
right.
they'll know Catherine was hitting you. They'll know that.
Oh, it's gonna. Yeah, that's right.
Because we had both sides of the segment. I mean, so the opportunity is that, and my son being a live streamer, we are set up cameras where we can broadcast this worldwide. And, let's face it, it's not that hard to be kind to people. It's not that hard to care. And how much of this is empty because we're so busy rushing around, as I would put, so much static in the air because we're not present in the moment. And here, and if you don't there's a few curmudgeons out there. And if you don't like that person, it's only 15 minutes out of your life, right?
Right.
It's 15 minutes you never get back, but guess what? You can choose not to play with that person again. But that is by far the anomaly out there. You'll meet so many kind and nice people and supportive people. Someone mentioned heart situation. We had a friend of ours, and he didn't feel good playing that morning and that Saturday, and he ended up having a heart attack, and by the time we had the ambulance, he had passed away. And we still play with his brother in a big group. His worship service, it was a celebration of life, was tons of people from pickleball there. And at an age, when you're when you're in your 40s, it's hard to make new friends. Not hard, but it's challenging. And here you have a chance. People forget we are in a loneliness world right now. There's so many people that are lonely and that need to need to have other people. So I guess I'll leave it at that. But watch what happens. There's a reason why there's 2 billionaires that see the opportunity. One I just want to say to is Steve Kuhn has helped me out tremendously. He's from New York. He ran a hedge fund, Pine River Investments. But he said, I played once, Tim, and he goes, I knew this was going to be huge. And he wants to bring this to, so he Little League Pickleball, Major League Pickleball, Minor League Pickleball, but bring it around the world. And I'll be there.
Didn't you say that a lot of professional tennis players, when they're retiring, are going right into pickleball? Was that you?
Yeah. Well, how about people coming right off Wimbledon? right now off the U.S. Open and retired and went right into pickleball.
That's amazing.
Really?
Yeah, the people that the people that do this in pickleball that these ladies started, there's a guy by the name of David Levine out of New York, and I knew about 5 months ago that they were going to do another segment. They'd done Agassi, Roddick, Chang, and another one. Well, now they're getting some, people that are a little cuter. So they got they got Agassi and Steffi, which are married, right? Steffi Graf, and then they got Sharapova, if I'm saying it right, and John McEnroe, and the numbers they had for the first one they did, which was off prime time to test the waters, were off the charts. The charts. So I knew that it's $1 million slam, so $1 million take off. Well, they knew to get McEnroe had been poo-pooing the thing forever. And he gets on there, and they knew he'd have another one because he lost.
I love it.
And he had a really funny segment. And Katie Couric, she goes, if you pay me, because this guy Richard Porter has an office right next to hers, and she goes, well, if you pay me $150,000, I'll go out there and help you guys promote this. This is a big deal, $1 million. And the guy's like, you love pickleball. I'm not paying you.
There you go.
Hop in the jet. I'll get you a free snack. And guess what? She went. And but just to see that's the kind of traction that's getting Catherine, and not to mention Drew Brees, Patrick Mahomes, LeBron James, you name it. And the thing is, there's no one sport that has a huge advantage. Wait till this hits the Pacific Rim. You get people that are, have been since 3 have been playing table tennis. The shots that they're going to have are going to be unbelievable.
Yeah.
And
because that's what they say. It's a cross between table tennis and tennis, right?
Yeah. And badminton.
And badminton.
And don't forget, Tommy, dodgeball. So
I understand.
We people, they always hesitate when I tell them that. They're like, I think he's kidding.
No,
not kidding. Today I played at 6 a.m, and that's when I play more serious games. And today it's called body bagging or body tagging, and so at a higher level, you're going for them. And we set up a bounty on this one guy, and we said 3 times we got to tag him 3 times, right? And first 2 were on his legs. We were a little disappointed, but the next 2 are chest, right in the chest, so we were pretty happy. We got him 4 times, which is pretty awesome.
There you have it. That is going to do it. Tim, you'll have to come back.
I would love to. I would love to. It's been a ton of fun.
Tim. Great.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure.
All right. We will talk to you tomorrow.